How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Day Dave, and this is the 22nd live stream here on Carpathian Countryside. How is everybody doing tonight? I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. I am joined here today by Ken Adlam. Ken, thank you so much for joining me here tonight. How are you doing tonight?
Thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well.
Excellent, excellent. Glad to hear it. So we are, like I said, we are here on Carpathian Countryside here tonight. We are going to be doing a whole bunch of work. We've got a bunch of work to do on the farm. We got to pick up all this grass in the background here. We've got a couple of contracts we have to do. We've got a load of work to do. But before we do that, Ken, do you have any shout outs you want to give? Do you want to say hi to anybody? Anything along those lines?
I'll be at a house pepper. I know she's on. Have a good day, dear.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ken. You're kind of breaking up there. Can you repeat that?
I just want to give Philippa a shout out and tell her I love her and hope she's having a good day.
Oh, that's excellent. That is excellent. So let's go ahead and start reading through some of these chats, because literally one of them I was reading just a moment ago almost made me do a spit take. So we almost ruined the entire stream because of Bradford. So I'm going to get to that in just a second. So starting with Rail Fanning Jonah, of course. We're starting off with Jonah. Says, oh boy, BDD is going live tonight with a happy emoji. Oh yes, we're going live tonight. Philippa says, hey to Jonah, and then... Nope, I'm sorry. Jonah, how are you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Philippa said hi to Jonah. Philippa, how are you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Bradford. This is the one that almost got me to do a spectate, y'all. Just let's see what this says. Says, hello everyone. Hello Bradford. How are you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Whole bunch of emojis here. We've got the celebrate and the smiles and all that. Then we've got Jasper looking mischievous as ever. Me having the tractor emoji with the question mark on it, just wondering what's going on. And all of a sudden, Jasper is spitting flames, and now I'm angry. Oof, oof. And now Bradford says, we can almost make a complete sentence with the emojis, LOL. I about died when I read that. I was laughing so hard. I had to move all my equipment off of my lap, get it out of the way, because I was just rolling. So Bradford, thank you so much for pointing that out, because that is awesome. Whale T Gaming, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. It says, what up, everyone? Philippa says, good. And hi, Will T. Will says, Philippa! Jonah says, hello, everyone. How you doing, Jonah? And Philippa says hi to Jonah. Will says, Jonah! And Will also says, Ken, what up? So let's see. Let's go ahead and get started on this. I'm sorry, Ken, what was that?
Big little team on here.
I'm sorry there, Ken. It sounds like there's something going on in the background there. I'm not quite sure what it is.
Sitting out in the sunshine. I'm just glad to see everybody tuned in.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So, yeah. So, Ken, remind me, are you going to be getting FS25 when it comes out?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So,
yeah.
With that being said,
Yeah,
what... Sorry, what was that?
About 10 weeks to go before I get it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And you're going to be getting... That's right, because you said you're going to be getting in the future. Oh, man. So you're gonna be sitting there rubbing it in all of our faces. You're like, I get to play before you do. Oh my goodness. So Ken, what are you looking forward to the most now that we've gotten more information here from our Fact Sheet Fridays, from all the little trickles of information? It's not even a trickle. It's still a fire hose of information that we're getting. What are you most excited for right now?
Fridays from That's really difficult to answer until you actually receive the game.
You know what? I can
Because
respect that.
I've been catching up on DJ's what was that Fact Sheet Fridays.
Yes. Yes. So the
And,
oh, there's a tree there.
oh, now too early for bloopers.
You know what? It's never too early for bloopers. Oh my goodness. Do you want to tell the story you were just telling me here just a few moments ago before we went live?
I'm on Riverview. Yeah, the story goes that I'm in a bit of an impatient guy and I couldn't wait for the snow to come. So I bought myself a semi unit and the largest uh, tanker you could get. And I thought I found a place in the northwest corner of the map where I could get water from the river. So I drove it all the way up there, reversed into the spot I thought was safe, started filling up, and the weight of the water started dragging my trailer and tractor unit into the water.
Oh no.
And
So I shared with
I
Ken
thought
because this is something that was not unfamiliar to me as well.
I thought I'd be bright smart and get the emergency service to come out with one of these semi trucks that had a winch on there. And do you think I could get that cover up the hook onto the tractor unit? Nah, no way.
No, you almost
So
got
I
to get
ended
one of
up
those.
having to
Sorry, go ahead.
so I ended up having to reset my trailer and semi back at the store and I lost all that water.
Oh no.
I, I ended up getting that tap and hose as a water source and putting that up near my uh, farm production site because I need water so I can start making fertilizer and that.
Oh,
Already had the
so
herbicide.
so Ken, I think I hear myself chatting in the background there. Do you have?
I've got my Bluetooth speaker on so I can get the background noise from your live stream. So I apologise if there's an echo.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm hearing is it's just like a few seconds delayed on from me speaking, and I can hear it back in like kind of the background there. So uh, let's see.
I've seen the Bluetooth down there, so it shouldn't be a problem now.
Gotcha. So I was saying how I have that same exact story. I was playing on Crestview Valley a long time ago, and I just had a little tractor with a little tanker, just a little thing. And I was, going down to the big lake that they have on the east side of the map, and I'm pulling in, and all of a sudden, enough weight is on the back of the tractor where it starts lifting the tractor off the front wheels, and then I basically have two wheels that are doing any sort of work, but they're just sitting there spinning. But I'm not understanding what's going on. I kind of engage into panic mode without understanding what's going on, and then I'm just sitting there spinning my tires, and I'm not turning off the water. I'm not like stopping it from coming in. And then sure enough, all of a sudden, like it just starts pulling me down, pulling me in. And yeah, I ended up losing
Yep.
everything. Everything was gone.
You know that feeling.
And that's the
Experience that
worst.
What
Oh,
really pissed me off, I forgot to give you a snapshot of it.
oh, now that would have
That was
just been, yeah, that would have been perfect. Just getting a snapshot of that too. Why can't I get that?
Especially for me trying to hook up the tow cages.
But oh my goodness, yeah, it's wild and how it seems like these little bloopers and stuff, like they can just come in bunches. Like in I could go days, weeks. Like there was times where I was like, oh man, not even like months had passed before the last blooper, and then all of a sudden, just a huge rush of just blooper after blooper. It was just little thing after little thing, and then it just kind of snowballed into these bigger and bigger and bigger issues, and it was just absolutely nuts. And one of them culminated in what I remember being the Hills of Tuscany one, where I had walked away to go do something really quick, but I had sent a worker to take my tractor off to the other side of the map, and I came back to my tractor being upside down and on the other on the side of the map that I started. So it was just, I was so confused, and that's when I realized that I just literally rocketed from one side of the world to the other because of the worker just running into a AI traffic spline. So it's just,
Right.
it's
Yesterday,
go ahead.
sorry. Yesterday, I just used an AI walker to send my John Deere harvester back to the depot, and I thought I'd better go check on him. He got back to the depot all right, but he decided he'd drive over the fence on my solar farm and get stuck.
Let's see.
So it took me, I don't know, about 10 minutes to try to weasel him off the fence.
Sorry, Ken, I'm just trying to. Oh, all right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, that's so much better. So sorry. So to let you know what I was doing in the background, I had the game audio. I have it playing in the background, and everybody, let me know if what I just did affected the game audio whatsoever. I'm not 100% sure if it did or not, but I think I just turned the monitoring off. But I could hear the game audio in the background, and it was drowning you out. And I was trying to sit here trying to figure out how to turn it off so I can actually hear what you were saying. So yeah, no, I apologize, but no, you're coming in loud and clear now, so I'm so much better now.
You shouldn't get an echo on my end. I turned the volume right down, so you shouldn't get an echo now.
Yeah, no, it's sounding so much better on both ends. So very very glad to see. But so anyways, can you go ahead and repeat what you were saying there last?
Well, yesterday I was playing on Walmart, and as I told you before, I installed those large uh, solar farms. I put two of them on so to get power uh, to the base game company, and I just finished the contract, and I sent um, my John Deere harvester back without the header, and I thought I'd better go check on him because he should have arrived by now. I found him. He'd driven up over the fence on one of my solar farms, got stuck.
Oh no.
It took me about 10 minutes to wriggle him off the damn fence.
Oh
I
man.
mean, well, you're not going to go that way. I gave you the shortcut, told you where to go. No, he decided he'd take even a shorter cut between the solar farm and a group of those silos you can't use. But he sit down there and drove up on the fence.
Oh jeez. There's
Anyway,
nothing worse than you know nothing worse than wanting the AI worker to do something for you, and then it should be like a relatively straightforward task. It's just like nothing to, oh no 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 no. Oh, that was almost a blooper all in of itself. That could have ended really badly.
the stupid thing is DVD. I sent another word back with the the semi and the bottom loader trailer, and he got back to the depot good as gold. Why couldn't the other worker do that?
Oh, jeez. But yeah, no, so I was saying there's nothing worse than when you expect the worker to be able to do something, and it seems like it should be relatively straightforward, like nothing, too out of the ordinary. Just kind of go from point A to point B or something along those lines. It shouldn't be, the end of the world kind of a request. But sure enough, it turns out that somehow, some way, they managed to mess it up, and then you're left holding the bag trying to figure out, well, what do I do? And the last time something like that happened to me, I asked the worker to go somewhere, and kind of similar situation. They end up climbing on top of a fence post, and I had no way to get them down because they were actually like stuck. Like they not just stuck like on top of it, but they were actually like inside of the fence post. So even though I got like a strap system, like the CSZ pack with the strapping unit to put on the front of the telehandler or something like that, it would actually like make the telehandler lift up off the ground. So there was just no way of saving it. It was just an absolute nightmare to try and get that thing down. And I resorted to starting ramming into it to try and like free it up. And I think eventually I busted out one of my big semi trucks and just ended up just ramming it full speed as fast as it go, and it just kind of ripped off the fence and eventually became free. But unfortunately, I ended up getting it on the other side of the fence, and there was no gate. So then that just kind of delivered a whole new set of issues. But yeah, I mean, there's just so many things that that can go wrong, whether it's our own device or the AI workers themselves. Just doesn't seem like anything can go right sometimes. And I am running out of... All right, well, let's turn that off. Just dawned on me, I'm running out of the silage additive, and it's amazing just how much that actually adds to your crop. Like, it really does give you a good bonus.
5% extra you get bonus?
Yes, yep. It's like a 5% increase, and I tell you what, go without that 5% and you really feel it. Like most of the time we'd be like, oh, 5%, that's not a whole lot. But when you're talking about 5% over, 100,000 liters, you're talking quite a bit of product right there that you're getting in addition to.
At the moment, because of your 2-year anniversary, I thought I'd go do one of your playlists, Isle of Flame View, that you did a year ago, to see what you're doing now.
Oh, yeah.
Improvement. Huge improvement.
Oh, you think so?
I actually liked, huge improvement. I actually liked, I'm halfway through episode 10 at the moment. I was watching the stuff before you came on stream, and I got halfway through, and the next minute, BBD's calling.
I gotta stop what I'm doing. It's actually funny because it's actually funny, but in episode 4, I ended up playing with my cousin, and it is one of the highest commented videos that I have because of the interaction that him and I had with me trying to point out to pick up a collectible. And I thought I was being as clear as I possibly could, but to him, I guess I was being as clear as mud. Because he's just sitting there just floundering the whole time.
I'm back at the farm. No, wrong one.
Oh, and to this day, I still give him a hard time about it. to this day. And he's like, he's like, whatever happened to that episode that we did together? And it's like, dude, that's honestly one of the highest commented and highest rated videos for a Let's Play that I did for that entire series. And he's like, no. It's like, dude, I'm not kidding. And it was so long I had to actually break it up into 2 parts.
I actually got up to episode 9 last night. I actually watched right through to episode 9. I thought, shit, I better go to bed.
Say that last bit again there, Ken. You kind of broke up there. You said you got through episode 9?
I got up to finished watching episode 9, and I looked at the time and oh shit, I better go to bed.
It got lost in the episodes. You know what though? There's nothing wrong with that. That means that it's entertaining you, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I'm happy about that. But speaking of entertainment, I'm going to catch up with the chat here in just a second. But speaking of entertaining, I started something new today. I ended up starting a new Let's Play series on a game that is not Farming Simulator. So for those who have seen it, and I saw that a few of the members have actually signed in, there's several views on it already, I was actually kind of impressed. But yeah, I ended up doing an episode on a game called Human Fall Flat. Have you ever heard of that game, Ken?
No.
It's best way I can describe it. Best way I can describe it is, imagine how bloopers act here in game. Now put that into a actual physical form, like a physical body, like a person's body, and watch me play out the game with nothing but bloopers and stuff like that. And that's basically the embodiment of Human Fall Flat. It's basically a puzzle game at the end of the day. You're doing a whole bunch of puzzles, but you're walking through as a kind of humanoid-esque character. And it was actually surprisingly fun. Yeah, I played it for about an hour today. I recorded about an hour episode, and it was rather fun. I really enjoyed it. So anybody who hasn't seen it yet, it's members only at the moment, but it will be releasing tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern. Go check it out. I really enjoyed it. Now let's see.
When I first saw you on that.
Say that again?
When I first saw your notification on that game, I actually thought it was a new FS22 map. I didn't realise it was a game.
No, so it's a completely different game. It's not Farming Simulator, and that's something that I'm going to be doing from now on. I'm not going to be doing it like all the time, every single day or anything like that. We're going to be like increasing content load or anything like that, but every once in a while, whenever time can dictate and whatnot, we might hop on to a different game here on the channel and just do an episode or kind of go along. So one of those that it's not going to be replacing Farming Simulator content. It's not going to be, pushing anything aside or nothing. And especially when FS25 comes out, that's going to be like the mainstay, obviously. But just one of those that going to start, putting out some additional content here and there to, kind of broaden the horizons. And I tell you what, I was actually really glad that I did that today, because like I said, it's for the past almost 2 years, it's been almost exclusively nothing but Farming Simulator content, especially since I created the channel. And it was just, I don't want to say it's nice because I did something else, but it was just nice because it's something that I haven't played that game before, so it was entertaining.
Doesn't hurt to diversify creating new content on different games will help your channel.
Well, and that's kind of what I was thinking too, is because I mainly, do farming simulator content, this might be a way to get people who have never seen Farming Simulator interested in playing it. New eyes in front of the channel. So one of those that they'll see that, hey, this guy, he's playing a game that I'm interested in. Let me go check it out. And then, oh, hey, let me check out his channel, see what else he's done. And then they're going to see a whole bunch of Farming Simulator content. So who knows? I mean, might start folding in a bunch of new people that have never even heard of Farming Simulator. And really up until early, well, I'd say about mid, FS19, I never heard of it either. So who knows? And basically that's how I ended up falling into the Farming Simulator world was I ended up watching a content creator named Markiplier, and he ended up playing FS19 with a couple of his friends, and it was basically the same exact thing. I used to follow his content and a bunch of other games that he'd play, because he never stuck to one game and specifically. He bounces from game to game to game to game kind of thing, and I ended up following him onto FS19, and I'm like, wow, this actually looks like a lot of fun. But obviously, watching him, he's just a big goofball, not understanding what to do, how the game actually works or anything like that. So, that just kind of inspired me to start playing the game. And here we are 2 years later after creating the channel, and it's all history at this point. Let's
Have
see.
you ever thought of doing a rec? Something you met, a small let's play?
I'm sorry, doing a what kind of Let's Play?
Retro.
A retro.
On some of the maps.
I was thinking about doing something like that a while back. But it's one of those, I'm not 100% sure, because the kind of retro. Sorry, go ahead.
Just, do 2 or 3 episodes on a map that we've done in the past just before FS25 dropped. Could do it. What was it? Farm Sim guy, I think he's doing a retro. But I can't remember the map he's doing. I think it's good. I can't remember. But he's doing like a retro style. What's the name of that one? Yeah, retro. I think he's using Farmer Sim. He's using like 80s version tractors and implements.
Okay. I mean, like I said, I considered doing something like that, but the only problem that I find with those kind of series is that it's really hard to kind of grow your farm beyond a certain point, because once you get beyond a certain point, because typically when you get to the older kind of retro style tractors, you're really limiting yourself on what kind of horsepower you have available to you. Just typically, I'm not saying that this is, a concrete rule or anything, but you go like too retro, and then you're really talking minimal horsepower, small farms, small fields, and stuff like that. So those tend to be a lot of manual effort kind of stuff, and because I'm so limited as to the amount of gameplay time that I get, it would be very, very hard for me to be able to do something like that without it being very inconsistent in the content that's getting produced, if that makes sense. But I don't know. It's one of those, I just need to put more thought into it.
The Farmer Sim found it hard to try and get tractors and implements for the period he wants to play on. Sort of they ran between 1980 to 1990.
Okay, so he's not going like too terribly retro. I mean, 1980. I mean, that was back when I was born. So, Yeah, I was born in '83, so it's not. I mean, I'm 40 years old, so we are talking, decent sized age vehicles, but one of those that you still are within a power band that's not going to be like impossible to grow. I know there was some creator out there who was doing like really old like timey tractors and stuff like that. Like, I don't know what one it was. Basically, like the age of these kind of tractors here, kind of the open cab, Zador, the Z25Ks and stuff like that, like the really old and the old Porsche diesels, like that, those kind of age tractors. And it's like there's really almost no room to grow when you do that, unless you're just building a fleet of the same vehicle over and over and over again, or not even the same vehicle, but just similar size vehicles. And then you're just kind of, you know, having each individual vehicle kind of do bit of work here, bit of work there, bit of work there, kind of thing. So it's one of those that in theory, you can do it. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just going to require a lot of time, and unfortunately, time I don't have a lot of.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Let's see. So this field is all done. We're gonna have to come back in here and actually fertilize and lime it. But right now, let's pull this ahead. Actually, here we'll pull right there. I tell you what, that's something I really hope that they fix in FS25, and something I keep forgetting to ask people to ask is, are they going to have the camera collisions disabled in FS25? Please, 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 please disable camera collisions. Oh my goodness. I don't know about anybody else in here, but I cannot stand the camera collisions being a thing in FS22 when we had them being able to be disabled in 19. That is something that to this day just grinds my gears to no end.
I've got one question for you, Stevie Lee.
Sure.
At the moment, I'm playing on Weimar, and I've got this big section where there's nothing on it. And is there a mod I can put a the building that's got the power wash? And I'm pretty sure there's a mod that will for your power wash, and you can drive into it. But I can't seem to find it on the mod hub, so I can download it. Well, it's a big area, and it's just driving me nuts.
I mean, there's a few out there that has the mod where you can actually have an integrated car wash, a power wash within it. One of them that I know off the top of my head is... Or wait, did I uninstall it? I might have uninstalled it. Oh no, okay. I think it's one of these, like the...
I don't want...
sorry, Ken, go ahead.
So like I said, oh my mate, you've got this big area, and it's driving me nuts because there's nothing. I don't want to use the Karachi power watches, the one that looks like a big steel box. It wouldn't look right.
So there's these ones here that is the animated shed pack. I think it was by Alien Jim. It's got like the red side building here, and then there's a stone side building. I don't know if either one of these would necessarily fit onto the Weimar map. Maybe the red barn with the white siding might fit in, but this one is a wash station all by itself, and it's a drive-through one. So that might work out for you. I know there's other like wash stations in there, but they tend to be a part of packs. So they tend to like kind of hide away. I'm not aware of too many that are kind of on their own kind of thing.
that one I've never actually seen before.
So the animated shed pack is actually really cool because it'll actually build itself. So you saw how it was all kind of flat packed.
Yeah.
Like, where'd it go? Here it is. So that's the picture at the very bottom there. That's the full finalized building there. But it starts off like this, and you see that little cog right there on the screen. That cog is the button you go up to push, and then it just starts to assemble it like do, and just builds it all up in front of you. So it's actually kind of a cool little pack that all of them do that, and it's by Alien Jim, and he's got other buildings like other sheds and stuff that are a part of this pack as well. So it's got the kind of drive-through shelters, and all of them do it. All of them are kind of this flat-packed kind of module kind of thing. They got this one here that's more of an enclosed shed. This one here that's just kind of an open door but not a drive-through, and so on and so forth. There's several throughout the packs. I think there's a couple of silos that are in there as well. Yeah, so here's a silo here. It's got 5 million liter silo, and it's all flat packed, and then you just build it up. It's got a couple of storage racks in the back, but it's a nice pack. It's again, Alien Jim, one of my favorite mod makers, and my favorite map maker when it came to FS19. But unfortunately, Alien Jim wasn't around too long here on 22.
No, it's just all got this big area, and on the downloadable content, I just can't find anything that I can use it like for a washroom for. So I want something to fit my John Deere harvester, all the big equipment, and so I can wash it down because they're getting really grubby.
Oh yeah, and I'm right there with you. I need to clean up all my equipment on both this one and on Pelinier. It's getting really bad, but I haven't had the chance to stop working long enough to be able to do it. But I see there's a whole bunch of comments here. Let me go ahead and catch up with the chat here, because holy smokes, I am falling behind. All right, so we've got, let's see, where was I? I think I left off with Will T Gaming saying, I'm glad I could make it. My wife is doing better than earlier. Really glad to hear that, Will. Really, really sorry about what happened. I won't go into details and whatnot, but, just really glad that she's doing okay, and hope that, just continues to get better for her as time goes on. Will then says, Ken, what did you think about the baby animals?
Was that for FS25?
Yeah, he's asking for FS25.
Yeah, I reckon that looks pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that Baby Animals is going to be an absolute game changer. Sorry, what was that?
Especially when you get to see at different growth stages.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the big thing too, is because we're gonna see, like, cows, for an example. We'll be able to see the babies, and we'll see kind of a mid-aged, and then an adult. Just like what we got here on FS22, we'll be able to kind of see that general progressive growth, and it's gonna be really nice to actually have that in base game. Like, I've wanted to play on a map with baby animals for quite some time, but the problem is that it's so limited to what maps actually have that as an option available to it. And don't get me wrong, there's some gorgeous maps out there. There's Valley Springs, where it all kind of started. That map is gorgeous, but just it never worked out to where that was kind of the landing spot for me. But I'm going to be glad that it's coming to FS25. I'm wondering, though, is it going to be similar to how we have it right now, to where the baby cows require milk, and if I remember right, you get the milk specifically from the goats in order to be able to build up their nutrients and all that stuff. Like, is there going to be another mechanic that's going to require that as an input for your baby cows, and then it kind of builds up from there? Or really just babies in general, are they going to require milk and then kind of go from there for the nutrients? I don't know. We'll see. Will then said, I sent BDD the newest fact sheets. Yes, he did, and I will be displaying those later on when we share all the photos. So, yes, I will be showing those off. What'd you say there, Ken?
That's the best part I'm looking for is to actually see what the start is going to be like. Because you don't, with all the clips I've seen, you don't actually get to see it.
Yeah, and that's kind of the place that I'm at right now too, is the kind of anticipation of what's still to come, because it seems like up until this point, like I kind of presumed that we were going to get like just a trickle of information, just drip drip drip, as 25 just kind of worked its way down and down and down and get closer and closer to release. But up until this point, I'll be honest with y'all, it really seems like we're just getting hit in the face with a fire hose. With all the information that we've gotten on FS25, it seems absolutely nuts. The sheer amount of information that has just been bombarding us with FS25. Like, am I the only one that feels that way, or does that seem kind of like an accurate kind of summation of what it feels like up until this point?
They seem to be trying to hammer home all the machinery parts on FS25. Well, this is what this can do, this is what that can do.
Oh,
I'm more interested in seeing the layout of it.
Oh, for sure. Now, is there, of the 3 maps, is there any of them that kind of interest you the most? So there's the American map, which we've gotten the most information about. There's the, I believe it's the Asian map. I can't remember if it's East Asia map or I can't remember exactly where the location was. But
it's supposed to be a UK map.
I'm sorry, it's supposed to be what?
A UK map coming through?
Yes.
So that won't be here until next year or something?
Yeah, so that's going to be a part of the year 1 DLC as far as I'm aware. And so of the 3 starting maps, it's the American map, the East Asian map, and the, I believe everybody's saying that it's Sri Lanka is the 3rd map. So of those 3, I mean, Sri Lanka, we already know what Sri Lanka is. We've kind of, we've had it. It's going to be fine to have in FS25 because all the additional stuff that we can, do in 25. But we'll say out of the 2, the ones that are kind of unknown, are you leaning towards one versus the other? And are you, well, let's start with that question. Let's start with that. Are you leaning towards one versus the other?
I'd like to see what the new Asian map will consist of. That's got me intrigued. And same with River Spring Bend. That's got me intrigued too. As for the UK map, I think someone said it's going to be based in Ireland or something like that?
I think you're right. I think you're right. It's definitely in that kind of UK kind of style. At bare minimum, it's a UK kind of map where it's, certainly got that kind of look and feel of that general area, that general region. And I think you're right about that it's Ireland based. Yeah, it's one of those that, I mean, obviously because I'm American, I'm certainly looking forward to the American map. And based on the video that we saw from, I think it was from PAX, we now know that it's based in Arkansas, which is not that far away from where I live. It's several states away. So, and I've driven through Arkansas several times and all that stuff. It's a very beautiful country out there. So definitely look forward to see what is in store for that particular map.
I don't live in the States, but is Arkansas prone to twisters?
Oh, sorry, is Arkansas what?
Prone to having tornadoes, twisters.
Oh, yes. So Arkansas is not too far away from like Oklahoma and all that stuff. So it's certain parts of Arkansas that are more prone to it than others. So in the northern region, it's more kind of mountainous. They've got the oh goodness, what is that mountain range right there in the north? Um, I can't think of it off the top of my head. But then the south and the west are kind of the more prone for tornado activity in Arkansas. So it's one of those, like, it's definitely fitting as to why tornadoes would be kind of a part of that map. Um, but yeah, I mean, all in all, it's going to be, I think, really kind of a cool kind of map. And like I said, because I'm American, I'm a little bit biased in that regard. I want to be able to play on a map that's kind of local to home, kind of thing. Um, and like I said, I've driven through and been in Arkansas several times, so kind of familiar with how things kind of are, at least in the areas I've been through, are kind of laid out. So looking forward to that one. It'll be nice to see what the East Asian map has to offer. Um, the only thing that worries me in regards to any, and this is all Giants maps, every single Giants maps, they're gorgeous, they're beautiful, they're like the pinnacle of what to look for when it comes to like something that's appealing. The problem is that oftentimes I find that Giants doesn't allow you to buy a large swath of their maps. So it makes it very difficult to expand and really make something like growable and kind of goes with the whole theme of getting bigger and bigger and bigger for Farming Simulator, um, without having to reclaim fields, without having to tear into things that are already established in there. You know, in my opinion, I don't mind tearing into fields or altering fields in, you know, certain regards, but with Giants maps, I almost feel like it's necessary that you have to claim fields. And as you get bigger and bigger and bigger, you need those fields. You need that space in order to be able to, you know, keep up with any productions, any kind of stuff that you're working on at that point in time. So it's like a real catch-22, and like I said, it really just limits the growth. So that's what I'm nervous about when it comes to Riverbed Springs with any Giants map. It just really seems like there's always that kind of inability to make the map your own, because you are, the only way to make it your own is by destroying farmland. So I don't know, I might be way off base, but that's just certainly how I feel.
Yeah, I took a page out of Pippa's book. You know, she sent you that screenshot where she combined all her fields on Ravenport, make that real large one.
Yes.
I did the same thing on Riverview. I combined all the wheat fields. I took out the trees that came with the start farm and combined all them into one big field. I got out of that one, plus I got stones on, because I wanted to start making my own lime and fertilizer and all that. I got also reploughed the grass field. I got close to 45 to 50,000 litres of stone off all those fields.
Oh wow, so yeah, it sounds like you're doing pretty good with that one.
I needed the stones so I can make lime. I used the herbicide that comes in the big liquid and herbicide silos. I literally put half of the herbicide out of that silo into the farm production. Then okay, I've done that. Oh no, I'm going to need water. I'm going to need stones. So I spent hours ploughing up my field so I can get stones.
Oh, it's amazing and how this game makes it to where if you expand at all, it's almost like an exponential expansion where you don't. It's not just like a one-to-one expansion because you cut into the land and all of a sudden you've got stones. Well, then, okay, now I can use the stones to get lime. Well, then the lime can be used for other things and so on and so forth. So there's just so many different like layers to the onion that once you peel one layer back, there's 100 other layers behind it that you need to start thinking about. That it's just there's times where you can really get so far over your head if you're not paying attention to all the different things that are associated to the job that you're working at the time. So, like I said, I ran into something like that on Pelinier on my last episode, where I was, I forget exactly what I was doing, but I ended up shortchanging myself on some work that I could have gotten done. It ended up working out in the end, but it was all kind of like stuff in the background. But it was just like, it's wild on how this game really can get out from under you if you're just kind of being either lackadaisical, you're not thinking straight, or whatever the case may be. It can get out of control really quickly. But let me catch up with the chat here just really quickly. So we've got Jonah says, "Y'all would never believe this. Jasper made his way to my farm." Oh, see, Jonah, what have I told you? Maybe you ought to consider coming over to Team BDD. Just saying, Jonah. Just saying. You know, I said this so many times. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but one day he'll come and get you. Doesn't matter how much you try to appease him. Doesn't matter how much you try and be his buddy, his friend. So maybe take a step over to my side. What was that, Ken?
He'll turn around and bite you when you're not looking.
That's it. He does not care. Jasper is just a straight up mischief maker, and he will get you. Let's see. Rail fanning Jonah also said he's having a blast. Oh no! What was that, Ken?
Jasper's cousin Klaus is no better.
Oh yeah, no, Jasper, he will ruin your day. If you give him a smallest opportunity, he's just boom, he'll bite you. He'll bite you with everything he's got.
Yeah, I think Jasper lifts my handbrake off my semi and left on the tank into the river.
Yeah, see, that's exactly what I'm saying. You know, you're just going to the river trying to get some water, and you know, because you gotta get it, and then all of a sudden he's like, boop, and then just look at that, your tanker is now in the water. What are you gonna do now?
My tanker was on the bottom of the river.
Oh no, yeah, no, it's like I said. Just you can't trust them. And between Jasper and Klaus, I mean, here on Carpathian Countryside, I mean, you're destined to lose. You're just destined to lose. Just figure out a way to deal with it. Let's see. So we've got Will. Will says Jonah, LOL. And Brady, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hello everyone. Will says Brady. Bradford says game audio still here. Awesome, glad to hear it. Mark Patterson says what up, dudes from down under. Not quite down under. Little east of down under. Well, technically, isn't it northeast of down under?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. My geography is not that terrible.
In my situation, I could be southwest.
Oh, really?
Of the equator, I'm about southwest.
Oh, wow. Let's see. Bradford says, has a tractor doing field work planting on Farmview Island, going center of the map off the land mass, and went motor went motorboating 90 degrees from the original course after half a pass on the field. Oof. Yeah. Yeah. That sounds like Jasper right there. Jonah says, I'm out train watching with friends. Very nice. Also says you should play Train Simulator LOL. You know what? One of these days might make my way over to that. So the whole reason why I actually started trying out the Human Fall Flat was because it's free on the Game Pass. So on Xbox, for those who are not familiar, Xbox has this thing called Game Pass. It's basically if you sign up, well, you're forced to sign up for what's called Xbox Live, and it allows you access to get online and go onto online gaming and stuff like that. All that's fine. Well, with that, you get a thing called Game Pass, and Game Pass offers you a small selection of games for free, you know, as part of the monthly or yearly payment that you're making for the Xbox Live.
Privilege.
Well, it just so happened that that was one of the games that was included with the Game Pass. I'm like, you know what? I'll try it. I'll give it a whirl. And I ended up recording it, and I'm really, really glad I did. Like I said, I had a blast. I had a blast trying it out, and it's just, if you're into puzzles, if you're into those kind of things where you have to like think things through and kind of test out theories and stuff like that, it was really up my alley because it made me really think. And you know, at the same time, I got to be a goofball. So it's a win-win. And as everyone's familiar here on this channel, BDD being a goofball happens from time to time. Every once in a while. Every once in a while.
Like you done that.
What was that, Ken?
Oh, you won't like you done that.
You know what? That's okay. That's okay. I like just the kind of lighthearted, you know, kind of goofy things that can happen. It's a lot of fun, you know, and you know, any way to kind of make some lightheartedness and bring a smile to people's face, you know, it's certainly never a bad thing. Let's see. So, Bradford says it was very entertaining. Hey, well, I'm glad to hear that, Bradford. Thank you so much. Frank says, hey, y'all. Frank, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Bradford says, hello, Frank. Will says, Frank. Frank. Let's see. Jonah says, welcome, Frank. And if you like what you see, hit the like and subscribe button. Yes, thank you so very much, Jonah. And share the video with your friends. Uh-oh. Frank says, sup, how's everyone doing today? Doing fantastic, Frank. How are you doing? And then we've got Hot Night with what appears to be a super sheep poof, 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 poof. Oh my goodness. Hot Night, how are you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Let's see. Mark says, hey BDD, have you looked at Ranch Sim? It's fun to play co-op and it's not too realistic. Okay. I have not seen or heard of Ranch Sim, so I'll definitely have to check it out and see what that's all about. Let's see. Bradford says, Hot Night. Hot Night says, Bradford. Frank says, if anybody is having trouble with Alma, Missouri, I finally got it to work. Frank, that's awesome. So glad to hear it. If I remember right, you were messaging me the other day and were telling me that you were having issues, but really glad that you were able to figure that out. Frank says, hard rest or uninstall FS22, reinstall it, then it should work again. Oh, wow. So if I remember your situation correctly, you're on a previous gen console. So you had to go through all that to get Alma to install. Wow, that is nuts. But you know what? Regardless, really glad that you were able to get it installed because it is a beauty of a map. It's really good. So very happy to see and hear that. We got Will saying the Farming Simulator Encyclopedia is here. Oh, yes, he is. He is here with authority. Gotta love it. Then we got Bradford says, there is you there is you a wiggle bottom hot night. Pork Chop says, Ozarks, thank you, Pork Chop. Holy smokes. How did I forget that? So the Ozarks are the mountain range up in the north there in Arkansas. Completely. And Bradford also, Appalachians. Yes, Appalachians. So there's the Ozarks, the Appalachians. Ay, ay, ay. Thank y'all. Thank you. I knew we would get there. I knew somebody was going to have it off the top of their head. Luke says, Luke, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. That is what you have. That is what you have to do on Deadward. The production holds. Ooh, is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 million? Whew, that's pretty good. Jonah then says, believe it or not, Jasper has been more help than the has been more help than the AI. You know what? I'd believe it. I'd believe it. Let's see. And then Jonah says, you can't pork which you can't you can't pork what you can't chop. Oh, Jonah. I love it. I love it, Jonah. All right, let's get this worker going. So, Ken, going back to the FS25, we've seen so many features up until this point. We've seen twisters and just terrible weather events. We've seen the GPS. We've seen God rays. We've seen all the destruction that can happen from those extreme weather events. We've seen just so much. We've seen ground deformations. We've seen the lighting system. We've seen just so much. What are some of the things that you are just the most excited about in regards to the features that we've seen up until this point?
Personally, they said that you're going to have like how you implements that get that gradual, how they get dirty. I haven't, in the videos I've seen, you don't actually see your tractors and implements getting covered in mud. If you know what I mean.
So yeah, up until this point, as far as I'm aware, they've shown like the tires and how they're actually like not getting covered with mud, but they're just kind of taking on just a veneer or a thin layer of kind of the dust or debris that is from the road that you're on or whatever area that you're into. But no, I haven't seen like what you're talking about there, where it's been like an absolutely caking on to the tractors or anything like that. It's likely because they want the tractors to look all nice and pristine for the gameplay itself. But
the other thing they mentioned, when it rains, you're actually supposed to see your window wiping off the rain off the windscreen.
Yes.
So I'd like to see that.
Yeah, so as I say on this channel all the time, details. Details makes the game, makes the map, makes the game, everything. And small little things like that, like the little droplets that appear on the mirrors of the outside of the tractors there, the water getting swiped off of the windshields and stuff like that, all that stuff, those details. Giants is coming out real hard with all the different kind of ins and outs of the features that they're bringing to us. And yeah, I 100% agree with you. That's one of those details that most people, like, just kind of passively playing the game or whatever, they're going to see it and not even going to register to them. It's going to be like, oh, okay, whatever. But for people like us who play the game often or will really look for all those nitty-gritty details, like, we'll see those things and we'll be like, holy smokes, that's insane. That's really, really cool, especially because we know and have seen what 22, 19, 17, so on and so forth, what they were capable of doing and what we have up into the most recent or the most current iteration of the game. So, yeah, I agree with you right there. That's 100% definitely going to be a really good detail. Let's see. Porkchop says, no, oh, you're right. The Appalachians aren't in Arkansas. No, that's like Kentucky and Tennessee. What was I thinking? Hey, no, you're right. Ozarks. The Ozarks are up there. Anyways. Ay, ay, ay. I guess I need to take another drink of my caffeine drink. There we go. What's that, Ken? Oh, yeah, no. No, definitely got to have the caffeine. But in all fairness, I'm trying to be a good boy. My wife and I we're I promised that I wasn't going to be taking as much of the caffeine and all that stuff. I wasn't going to be buying as much because, unfortunately for both of us, we spend a small fortune in between her Starbucks and between me any kind of energy drink, Monster, Rock Stars, Red Bulls, things like that. And I know this, unfortunately, for a fact that if we were to stop spending all that money on caffeine drinks and were to save that money, we'd probably have a small fortune. And I sounds like I'm exaggerating, but unfortunately I'm not. We spend way too much money on Starbucks. We spend way too much money on caffeine drinks. So we're trying to get better. This was the first week, her and I both, where we were like, okay, we're going to hit it hard. We're going to take it serious. And we're going to refrain from kind of the whole, going out, especially because, like me, I can go out to like the grocery store anytime we go out to get groceries or anything like that. I can just grab a drink and it's right there. So for me, it's hard. For her, it's a little bit easier because she specifically has to make a trip to a separate store that for no other reason we would go to other than for her to get coffee. So she's trying to figure out what's the best combination here at home that she can do. And so far, she actually found something that she actually really enjoys. And it's shocking. It's shocking to me because she went from Starbucks almost being a daily thing for her to now all of a sudden she went to a instant coffee, and it just completely blew my mind. And specifically, it's an instant iced coffee that's supposed to dissipate in cold water, not as like most instant coffees. It takes like hot water. Me personally, I'm not a huge fan of hot coffee. I'll drink iced coffee, but that acidic taste that coffee gets when you use hot water, I just can't get myself over that. So, hence the reason why I tend to drink energy drinks and not coffee. But no, she I forget the brand that she found, but she actually really likes it, and it's gonna save a ton of money. Especially considering like a Starbucks drink, like the one that she gets is like $5 a cup or something like that. It's ridiculous. The price of coffee for somebody else to make it, when you can do it at home for like pennies per cup.
It's expensive after all.
I mean, in all fairness, everything seems expensive nowadays. I mean, for instance, my wife and I went to Sam's Club, and Ken, you might not be familiar with Sam's Club, but it's like a big box store where it's meant for like really big purchases, like for big families and stuff. They've got large packages of meats. They've got like everything's like supersized. It is like the larger quantities of items. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. And we ended up going there, and we've got, I think it was like 10 items total. We ended up spending over $200. Now, in all fairness, we bought stuff for the girls. We bought diapers. We bought formula and stuff. And I mean, between the formulas and diaper themselves, that was, let me think, 40, 80, probably $120 all by itself. So things are expensive nowadays. I don't like it.
Here in my country, we've got something similar to your Walmart. We call it, it's called the warehouse. The locals here, we just call it the red shed. And you literally can get from brand new Xbox Series, TV, refrigerators, washing machines, you name it, they've got it. Clothing, plants. The other thing that they don't sell is lumber.
Okay.
And, we call it the red kit because it's basically like an overgrown supermarket, but it's painted red.
Okay. Huh.
Called the warehouse. It's basically the New Zealand version of Walmart.
And what was the store called again?
Warehouse.
Warehouse? Okay. But it's basically like the Walmart of New Zealand, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now, Ken, have you ever been to the United States?
I'd love to. Just to fly over there is like 20 grand for me.
Oh yeah, no, it's
That,
ridiculously expensive to fly.
I'm probably looking 80 grand New Zealand to fly over there, your accommodation, rental cars.
Wow. Yeah.
That's probably, or then you got your spending money on top, so about 100K.
Wow. Yeah, no, that's that'd be one heck of a vacation right there.
I'd love to come over to Spain, but I'd have to bring my own medication because 8 months ago I had a heart attack. 8 months ago, so then you got to get your medical clearance to fly. And all $200, I think, New Zealand to get your passport.
Wow, $200 just to get the passport?
About $180 just for the passport.
Wow. Holy smokes. Yeah, I mean, just that right there would be enough for me to be like, nope, I'm just staying home. $200 just to say that I can go other places. Nope.
For $180, I can go down to the South Island on $180.
Oh yeah, yeah. Holy smokes, that. Oh man. Well, I guess I need to set that worker off again.
Oh, fire him.
What are we going to do with these workers? I really, really hope that all the hype around the AI workers, around the GPS and FS25, I really hope that they are not just kind of blowing smoke about that it's a significant improvement to what we're used to here on FS22. Fingers crossed, because, oh man. Let's see, so that's my cornfield.
Farmer Copper and DJ did a short video on the GPS. They didn't really show much because I think they had Kermit from Giants with them.
Yes.
Couldn't really go into. But I think that'd be quite good, especially if I don't have to do the headlands myself.
Oh yeah, and I think that by itself, making it to where we don't have to do the headlands, based on the kind of GPS and AI worker system that they have in place, I think that's going to improve the AI workers significantly, because at that point it just brings the boundaries of the field in more to where it just gives them more room to work. So I'm really excited. I'm really hopeful that it's all gonna work out the way that they say it's going to, but we'll see. We'll see how all that goes. But fingers crossed that they're not just blowing smoke and we're going to be good to go there. Let's see. Let's keep going here
I'm
with
actually,
the chat. We've got Hot Knight says, "Been fun with the new game. Smile sheep poof." Hot Knight also says about $8 for a coffee in Norway. Wow, $8 and $10 for a beer. Whew! Holy smokes!
bought that here.
What's that, Ken?
That's pretty cheap in Norway. Over here, you're looking about um, $15, $16 for what we call a jug of beer.
Holy smokes! I guess it's a good thing I don't drink. Wow. Just $15. That's nuts. Jonah says, "What?" with with a couple of question marks. Yeah, that blows my mind too. And Bradford says, "I knew Appalachian Mountains went further than Tennessee in parts of Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi. Was not quite sure if it went west into went after that." Yeah, so I know it's in like that general region. I think the Ozarks is the actual one that we're thinking about there in North Arkansas. I think that that Pork Chop's right about that one. But let's see. Looks like we are all caught up with the chat. Let me just double check something just real quick. Yes. Okay. Perfect. All right. And now that we've got all the workers up and running, hopefully they're gonna actually keep working this time and not just decide to not do stuff. Do I have this still up and running? It is not. But I don't see slurry. That would be why. 17,000. Let's go over here. Oh wow, we got 38,000 liters of milk. How about we go and sell some milk and move some slurry? Let's do that. But so Ken, it's about what? About 2 months away until FS25. One of the things that I'm in particular really excited about when it comes to FS25 is the weather events. What is your opinion about the weather events?
From what I've seen, not including the twister, I think the one I'm looking for is the hail.
Yes.
If
Yes.
you get hail on it, what it would do if you got crops on it, what sort of damage it would do to your crop.
And that's honestly what I'm looking forward to in regards to the weather events, whether it's hail, whether it's tornadoes, whatever. The reason I'm looking forward to that is because of the potential of damage to the crops. And the reason I'm excited about damaging crops is the only way that you're really kind of messing up here on FS22 is one, if you don't get the 100% yield, that's really it, but you're still getting something to harvest. It's just not as productful than if you were to get a higher yield. But the reason I'm really looking forward to it is because there are things in real life that can really take farming out of your control. So bad weather, dry weather, wet weather. I mean, there's tons of different things that can really, make farming an absolute a nightmare, just an absolute nightmare. And we don't really experience that here on Farming Simulator. Now, you can wither crops, you can do certain things, but it's got to be such a complete and utter oversight on the individual to have a crop wither that it is really going to be a stretch for anybody to be like, okay, I screwed up so badly that I completely forgot that this was ready to harvest, kind of thing, and that you go outside of the harvesting window that's available. So I don't foresee that really happening too terribly often. I could be wrong. It might just be like me and how I play the game. But I don't see too many people really kind of being under the inability to be able to get their crops out of the ground. That's just, again, maybe that's just me. Let's see. Dairy. Looks like dairy's a winner. Now, where's the dairy? Where? Oh, it's way over there. All right, well, let's head to the dairy. But the reason I'm looking forward to the weather events is because there can be something that takes the farming outside of your control and can add an element of difficulty to the game that is just not present at the moment. So, and the great thing too is that you can turn it on, turn it off, whatever. You can turn off the destruction, you can turn it on, whatever. It's completely and totally up to the individual playing. But I just look forward to that because, like I said, we have no way of really feeling the pressure. It's nothing but, making sure you adhere to the process. And as long as you adhere to that process, you're done. You're fine. But now there's going to be an element of, oh man, a twister just came through and it just destroyed, 3/4 of my crop. What do I do now? I can sell off the rest of this, but I don't have enough to be able to get the harvester I need or get the planter or do this and do that. I've got to wait till the next season and hope that nothing bad happens in the meantime, kind of thing. So it just adds another layer of what could be potential difficulty and really kind of ups the stakes for there being something that's just outside of our control. So that's the reason why I'm looking forward to it. Let's see, do I turn here? No. Okay, keep going. I'm still not familiar with this map and where to turn, where not to turn. Let's see, let's go over here. Oh, wait. That's where I needed to go, right there. But no, I mean, what do you think about that, Ken? Is that something that you'll play with on? Or are you gonna just say, nah, I'm not interested in that and just turn it off? What do you think? Oh, Ken, you still there? Oh, I don't know what happened to Ken. All right, well, I'll see if I can get Ken back on, but in the meantime, like I said, it's just one of those where I just think that it'll be a lot of fun to be able to have that as a kind of element to the game. So, let's see. Let me see if I can figure out how to get Ken back on, because I don't... Let's see.
Can you hear me now, baby lady?
Oh, hey, there we go. I can hear you now.
Oh. I'm just gonna do something real quick, then I'll be back.
Okay. Yep. Nope. That's fine. All right. So let's set the worker. We'll have a worker take this back to the farm, and I'll catch up with the chat. That way we can kind of go from there. So let's go ahead and set that right there. Perfect. So where was I? We've got Hot Knight says, but we have free healthcare and dentists. But it feels a bit weird by a pack of gum for $4. Holy smokes. Yeah. That's, I mean, don't get me wrong, the included healthcare and all that stuff. I mean, that certainly seems to be, you know, kind of a a big thing. Um, I don't know how I personally feel about it. Just I don't know, because I would imagine there in Norway that y'all spend way more in taxes than say I do here in the States. So I mean, your tax money is going towards, you know, kind of a big thing, but I don't know. Let's see. Wilden says, I'm playing on Alma on my Xbox. Very nice. Bradford says, BDD, you got to remember $1 US is not the same as $1 in Norway or New Zealand. Currency exchange. That's true. That's true. Yeah, that's a good point there, Bradford. Then US. Jonas says, just had a train go by. It was awesome. Very nice, Jonah. Let's see. Hot Night says 42% tax. Holy smokes. Wow. Yeah, I think my tax my tax rate last year was something like 20, 22 maybe. Holy smokes. That's almost half of your money going into taxes. I mean, again, you're getting something big out of it, but wow, that's a lot of money going away every year. Anyways, not gonna dwell on that one. And let me think. Hold on, just dawned on me. Is it? Oh, October. Okay, so we're still in August, so we still got 2 months before we can harvest the corn. So as you saw when I first did the grass there on the field, I ended up loading it all into the bunker, but I didn't cover it. And that's because I'm just going to hang on to it for the time being. And here in about 2 months, we're going to be able to harvest all 3 of our cornfields here. And then I'm going to just add it into whatever grass we have, and it's going to be golden. We're going to have a huge silage harvest. Absolutely huge. So we're going to have 3 fields that are going to produce nothing but silage. And in between now and then, we've got to have enough money on hand in order to buy us a forage harvester, because that's going to be the big thing. You know, so you can see, I mean, we've got quite a bit just kind of squirreled away in this bunk right here. Oh, and it helps when I have the... there it is. Yeah, 145,000 liters already, and that's not including the corn. And with corn, when you turn it into chaff, you get that big kind of yield increase into chaff. So it's one of the, I think it's one of the higher yielding products when you actually turn it to chaff, that you get that kind of bonus. It does look like that worker's still working. Let's see. Hot Knight says, but we get tax money back once a year. Okay. Anyways, yeah, we do too. If you basically if you put too much into taxes, then you get the refund every year. Bradford says that $1 in the U.S. equals $10.70 in Norway, 1.62 New Zealand at the moment. Oh wow! So yeah, that's a pretty big exchange right there between the $1 U.S. to $10 Norway. So really, it sounds like the cup of coffee might be cheaper than what Hot Knight was saying there. Let's see. So, you know what? My brain isn't working at the moment. And I'm just driving by. I went to go get more milk, and I'm just driving through the farm for no reason. Ay, ay, ay. I'm starting to have flashbacks to Human Fall Flat because of just how silly things got on that. Holy smokes.
Alrighty, I'm back.
Oh, beauty, beauty. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of response that video gets when it posts tomorrow, because like I said, I don't often, well, that's literally the first time I've ever posted something that was not Farming Simulator related. So I'm looking forward to seeing, 1, how is it received, 2, if it goes anywhere, and 3, if people thought it was entertaining. Ooh, contract complete, 37. Which one are you? 37 was down the south. Okay. What's that?
Ernest just posted. Japper said he misses you, DVD.
Jasper said that? Oh, Ken, can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, I got a bit of food in my mouth, so I
Oh,
apologize.
no worries, no worries. Oh, Jonas said, okay, I see what you're pointing out there. Jonas says, Jasper said he misses you, BDD. No, Jasper. No, no, not today. We are going to have us a good, clean stream with no interruptions, with no messing about with you. We just want to have a laid back, relaxed. I'm not going towards the train tracks anytime soon. No, and no. Let's just have a good, clean, fun stream without any disasters, without my tractor getting blasted by the train driven by Jasper, it going careening down the tracks, fireballs of doom and destruction. No.
I don't know if you saw Will T commenting as BBD. What do you think about the vehicles and equipment announced so far?
Oh my goodness. So I think I was starting to read that and then I got sidetracked. So thank you for pointing that out though. I am so in love with the MacDon. With the ability that we're going to have base game to swath and to be able to get products off the ground is going to be absolutely nuts. I love it. And it's going to be a part on all maps. That's the big part, is that no longer is it going to be like, okay, did I get a hold of BC Bueller? Did they give me permission to utilize this feature on my map versus others and all this stuff? No, again, just like the baby animals, it's exactly the same vein. We don't have to, pick and choose a map specifically for baby animals. We don't have to pick and choose a map specifically for swathing. It's base game, and holy smokes, is that amazing. That is going to be just fantastic in my opinion. So I am really looking forward to the MacDon. Some of the other equipment, I mean, it kind of is what it is. I mean, we've got the spinach that they showed off, the spinach harvester and whatnot. Again, I've made it more than clear about how I feel about the spinach in regards to I'm worried that it's going to turn into the new cotton. So we'll see how that kind of goes. But all in all, I'm really looking forward to the MacDon, being able to utilize that. I'm looking forward to being able to just swath all the base crops. If it works exactly the way that we anticipate it to work, similar to what we have here on FS22, being able to just kind of go about and to get that little bonus and whatnot on the harvest itself, I think it'll be a really cool thing. So I think that'll be kind of a good kind of base and startup. So let's see. So I just got my wife peeking her head around the corner and she needs some help. So I need to put the stream on hold real quick. Ken, please hold on line for just a little bit. I'll be right back as soon as I can. Everybody just hold tight. And we are back. So, Ken, are you still there?
Still here, bud.
Ah, beauty. All right, so now that we are back from break, let's go ahead and check out some of the screenshots that people sent us. Let's also give all of our shout outs and do all that stuff in order to kind of do our back from break stuff. So let's start out with the shout outs. Let's get this all tucked away first. And then I might grab my plow too, and I might take that over to the plowing contract because that's going to be an absolute nightmare. Let's drop that there. Oh, sorry, Ken, you broke up. What'd you say?
Part of your audio was pinging.
Some of my audio was pinging? That's no good. Let's see. Let's go this way. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and give the shout outs. So I want to give a shout out to all my Tier 2s and Tier 3 channel members. Go ahead and start out with Rail Fanning Jonah, Will T Gaming, Pipe and Paul, Ken Adlam, and Philippa Thompson. Thank all of you so very, very much for being Tier 3 channel members. We also have our Tier 2s, starting with Mark K, Luke Bernie King, Bradford Hambaugh, JC Farms. We got Kirk Winbanks, John Barlow, Big Papa Sims, James Collins, Smoking Coin, Tad, I think that's Wernberg? Jason M, the Tubster 92, Maxon, and Joel G. Oh my goodness, I looked up at the wrong time. Hi. Sorry about that. Y'all can't see it, but my tractor just ran into the worker's tractor. So needless to say, that wasn't all that great. Anyways, thank all of you so very, very much for being Tier 2s and Tier 3 channel members. It helps out the channel so very, very much. If you're interested in becoming a member of the channel, go ahead and check out the link in the description below or the join button also listed below or on the main channel page. There you can get access to early access for edited. Wow. Brain fart right there. You can get custom badges, custom emojis, early access to edited content such as the Let's Play series, which we just dropped a new one for an entirely new game here today, as well as channel shorts. We need to stop right here. And all that for 99 cents a month. That's Tier 1 members. Tier 2s get everything you just heard there, plus they get a shout out every single live stream like what you just heard a few minutes ago. That starts at $4.99 a month, and then Tier 3s gets everything, plus they get the opportunity to do exactly what Ken here is doing tonight, a live stream appearance live here on the channel on Carpathian Countryside and any future live streams that we do. It's on a rotation basis, so we get new people every once in a while. Every couple of streams we have somebody new coming in, have an absolute ball. Plus a custom discount code to the channel merch store. All that starts at $9.99 a month. So again, thank you all so very, very much. I also want to give a shout out to all the channel subscribers. We're up over 2030 now. So we are continuing to grow. We're continuing to gain subscribers, get bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's just absolutely fantastic. Thank all of you so very, very much. If you want to send something to the channel directly, please send it to P.O. Box 6136, Hudson, Florida 34674. The only thing I ask is that if you're going to send something to the channel, please include your name, so your YouTube handle, so that way I know exactly who to thank for whatever is being sent. Again, thank you all so very, very much. Let's see, let's bring it back here to the screen. We were able to get to the to the contract field here only by the skin of our teeth, because I almost ran into the other tractor there, the other let's see, this one, the big Rosselmash tractor that's not plowing but cultivating. But let's see, let's also go through all of these screenshots. Let's go ahead and open this up. And because we have Ken here, let's go ahead and start out with showing some of Ken's. Let's see. So Ken is working on, let's see, it was it Weinberg, Canada, and Riverview were the two. Sorry, what was that, Ken? Weinmark. Thank you. I don't know why I thought it was Weinberg. Weinmark, yes. And Riverview. So these are looking very, very sharp. Now, there are a couple of videos that Ken sent me. Unfortunately, they're not going to play here on the screen. I would have to set them up as kind of a separate entity in order for them to play. But very, very nice looking screenshots here, Ken. Thank you so very much for sending these in. And that just that just looks really intimidating, being right in front of the reel like that. Oof. Let's see, and I think
that one.
That is a really nice one there. I love that one. Got some harvesting going on there in the field, looking really sharp. Oh, we got some seeding. That's Riverview right there. Oh, and I think that's back to Weinmark. So yeah, it looks really, really good there, Ken.
From Alma.
Oh, you say some of them from Alma?
The one you just showed. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
These ones, Alma.
Gotcha. And it looks like we're cycling through. So, Ken, thank you so much for sending those in. And we have some from Philippa Thompson. Thank you, Philippa, so much for sending these over. We've got what looks to be some that looks like fertilizing going on right there in the big old cornfield. Looks really good. So much so that
that's a real big field.
Yeah, real big field. That looks really good. The corn is so tall that it's hiding in there. What was that, Ken?
Can you guess what sprayer that is?
Looked like the Birth Hound. No, that's not that. What is that?
New Holland.
Oh, that is the New Holland. Oh, okay. Very nice. Awesome. Well, Philippa, thank you so very much for sending those in. They look absolutely fantastic. And then lastly, but certainly not least, we got Will T Gaming, and he included a couple of the screenshots that Giant sent over, and that one right there really kind of piqued my interest. So it looks like one of the features that we're going to get in FS25 is a farm shop, like kind of base game starting, which is really kind of cool because, you know, depending on how they set it up, if they're going to set it up similar to like a production point or something like that, you know, basically a glorified sell point, but I mean, that's going to be a load of fun having something just kind of set up out in front of your farm, being able to deliver some kind of goods and stuff to it. Looks like Will's doing a bit of farming there on Mission to Mars, or Mars the Mission. I keep on saying Mission to Mars, but that's a movie. That's not the map. And I tell you what, I'm absolutely in love with that new map. Ken, have you checked out the new updates for Mars the Mission?
I only watched I've only seen the video that Mr. King Feed did on the update. I haven't actually checked that out for the map myself.
Oh man, so the update that was posted here recently was absolutely insane. I was really kind of talking it up on the last stream, but I'm going to continue to do so because I think that the update just really got it to the point to where that map is just on a level on its own, because it has the uniqueness and creativity of a close to home or something like that, to where it's kind of a one-of-a-kind map. There's nothing else like it. But the problem with the map before is that it was very bland almost. The concept was interesting, but the execution was lacking. But now there's so many cool little features. There's so many cool little, like, just little ins and outs. And everything is custom made for the map that it just looks amazing. It is just absolutely just next level kind of stuff. So I was highly, highly impressed with the update, and I'm really, really looking forward to seeing anybody who does a Let's Play series on it or anything like that. I know Mr. SteelyPig did one. I really wish that he waited until this came out, because then that that series I think would have been so much better had he had all the new features and stuff that were available on the map now.
I think he's
Because
gonna some somewhere down the line. I think he's gonna revisit it. Uh, the, the Mars one.
so I know
I
that
think I'm not sure.
they're saying that it's supposed to be re-released for FS25. So I'm hopeful that we're going to see, maybe an FS25 Let's Play version of it. Who knows? Maybe here on this channel we'll do a Let's Play on FS25. Who knows? Maybe on 22. I mean, we still got a little bit of time before 25 comes out, and we're starting to wind down on Peligny. So one of those maybe will go to Mars. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see.
I've got a question. I've got a question for Will T, since he's our local encyclopedia.
He is our
Pippa would
local
like to,
encyclopedia.
Pippa would like to know if Ravenport is going to be transferred over to FS25.
Ooh, so that is a good question. So, Will, the question is Ravenport, the latest model by Celebuki, is that going to be transferred over to FS25? So, our resident encyclopedia, please let us know in the comments. We greatly appreciate it, bud. Let's see. So we've got a whole load of chats here, so let's catch up with those. Let's go ahead and turn this off. Will T Gaming, thank you so much for sending in those screenshots. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. So let me finish up this little section here. I just wanted to make like two little outer passes here on the plowing contract, just to be able to help the worker out and be able to kind of go at it from that point. So let's see. Do something like this.
I got one. BBD. What do you think of that New Holland Gold Edition combine harvester?
So those kind of mods and vehicles, they don't really generally impress me. I mean, it's one of those that, yeah, it's cool, but it's kind of like a bass boat. It's shiny and it's cool, but after a little while, it loses its kind of glam, if that makes sense. So,
no, I understand.
It's one of those, like, if it had like a special feature or something like other than a shiny paint job, then I think it would be really kind of cool. But the fact that it's just a paint job that's just kind of golden and pretty, don't get me wrong, it's cool, it's nice, and it looks cool, but not something that I'm gonna be like, oh, let me jump on top of that one. But let me get this part. Sorry, go ahead.
You know, I'm a huge tape fan. On my mark, my game plays that I had a relative and he's retired, taking all his money except for 100,000 for working expenses on my mark. We did leave one thing behind. It's a grandfather's clock. And I found it and I sold that for $1 million. Must have been a grandfather's clock. As you know, I'm a Case fan, and he left me all the equipment, and he's got all the John Deere. One small one, medium size. I think it's RX 6 800 series. The wiggle bum tractor.
Very nice.
So I'm using all those. Keep to as much as I'm going to keep the John Deere. I'm not really a John Deere fan, but you got to work with what you work with.
Oh, absolutely. So, for those who are not familiar with what Ken's talking about there, on Weimar, Canada, there is a like scavenger hunt, and you go from place to place looking at clues to find where to go next. And at the end of it, you can collect a collectible. It's the only collectible on the map, but it's a $1 million collectible. It's a huge, high value item, and it's a really cool kind of a feature. And I forget exactly what the name of the map maker was on Weimar. I some reason Mapper's Paradise comes to mind. I don't think that's it, but anyways, um, it's one of those where it's a cool little scavenger hunt. It's a cool little secondary feature to that map, and it's a good map. Um, but that's what Ken's talking about. Is he went through the scavenger hunt and he found the collectible, and it was worth $1 million. So yeah, it's a really really cool kind of feature on that map. So you said it let you basically buy all the case equipment that you wanted, and you got another John Deere as well.
I haven't got the. I'm just sticking with uh, what the game provides with John Deere. The harvester is the big John Deere harvester. Came with everything.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm with you now. Yes. Let's see. So let's catch up with the chat here because I see there's quite a few not questions, but quite a few comments here. So Jonah last said, Jasper said he misses you, BDD, and with the mischievous emojis and the fireball emojis. Holy smokes! No, 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 Jonah, no. Bradford with a whole bunch of emojis there. We've got Hot Night with the fireballs. Got Jonah says, "Can I get a can I got a riddle for you?" Then maybe can I got a riddle for you? What has 4 corners and goes all around the world? Oh, Ken. So see, that's what happens when you read on. Can't hold on much longer, LOL. Ken says, I give up on the riddle, Jonah. Stamp. What was it? Hold on. What has 4 corners and goes all around? Oh, a stamp. Okay. That's good. Ken with the... That was good. That was good, Jonah. I like that one. What gets wetter as it dries? Oh, a towel. A towel gets wetter as it dries. That one I know. Oh, and there we go. Towel. Nice. What's black and white and red over? Newspaper. And Philippa says, what, Jonah? And oh, what happened? Why is this? Oh, there we go. Philippa says, what, Jonah? And Jonah says, a newspaper or a penguin with a sunburn. Nice. Philippa with a LOL. Ken with an LOL. Ken, here's... Oh, that's good. Here comes the dad jokes, 100%. We got Jonah with all the custom emojis. Thank you, Jonah, so very, very much. And they are looking good. Big shout out to Predator Studios, as always, for creating all those custom emojis. We got Bradford says, your members list is getting long enough. You're going to have to start scrolling across the screen. LOL. You know what? Those are good problems to have. Those are good problems to have. Yeah, it's one of those, like I said, I am incredibly grateful and thankful to every single one of my members. And a lot of those are thanks to Jonah. Jonah, over the past couple of streams there, gifted, like 10 or 12 tier 2 memberships over the past several streams that we've done here. So, yeah, big shout out to Jonah, and thank everybody who's... a member. So I greatly appreciate it. Very, very much. Jonas says, great screenshots, Ken. 100% agree. Great screenshots, everyone. Again, 100% agree. We got Stupidity saying hello. How you doing, Stupidity? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. How are you doing? I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. Jonas says, welcome to Stupidity. And then we've got Will saying, I will find out about Raven part. So, yes. So, Will is on the case. We got... you know, we're gonna add a GIF. So not only are we gonna have the shut up and take my money, but we're gonna have Sherlock Holmes just pop up into the corner of the screen. So whenever Will gets on the case, we'll have Sherlock Holmes. Let's see. So looks like we are all caught up with the chat. Very, very awesome. So yeah, we are just chugging along here trying to get the plowing and the... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. These workers, I tell you what. Wait. What? Oh, no, wait. That's one... Okay, hold on. That's fine. That's expected. Cultivating 99%. Come on. There we go. Field 6 is done. So both the cultivating's done. Boom, boom. Perfect. Ooh, do we want to do a baling contract? Let's see. We've got...
Haven't done one in a while.
Haven't done one in a while. Ooh, we do have sorghum, though, that we could harvest. Oh, you know what just dawned on me? Ooh, that did just dawn on me. We have 22,000 liters of pig feed. We could get some pigs for tonight's episode. And we're going to keep producing. Let's see. So we're sorghum, wheat, sunflowers, and sugar beets. We've got tons of sugar beets. I think... you know what? Let's go back to the farm. Let's go back to the silo real quick. That's what? Down... Nope. Yes. Sunflowers. We don't have any more of those. Sugar beets. We got tons of those. We got tons of potatoes. Got over 180,000 liters of sugar beets. 285,000 liters of potatoes. Nope. Let's go back. Wheat and sorghum. Let's see, sorghum, we don't have any more, so we could get some more of that. And wheat, where's wheat? 7,000 and 3,000. So, oh no, wait, we got plenty of sorghum, and we got plenty of wheat. So, we could do a hay contract. Let's see, where's my bales? Let's see how many bales we got. Why did I go this way? I guess I decided to go the long way around. Let's see. Let's go over. What was that, Ken? Let's see. So we've got... Okay, so we got 26 bales of square hay. Got 49 round bales of hay and 1 round bale at a weird increment. We got 87 silage bales. And we got a whole bunch of TMR still stuck in here. And we got silage in here. Let's see, what do we got in here? Total mix. Yeah, we got hay. And we got straw in here too. Wow. Wow. We got a ton of stuff. Okay. So, all that being said, let's go over here. How much we got in here? Sorry, I'm just trying to... 177,000 liters. What if...
That's very small.
Oh, you broke up again there, Ken. What'd you say?
Just posting. I can tell you that the Edgewater, Saskatchewan, will not be converted over to FS25.
Oh, Edgewater, Saskatchewan will not be converted over. Okay. Well, that's
Maybe
that's a shame because Edgewater
the
was a
size
nice
of
map.
a map. Could be the size of a map too for FS25.
That's true.
The map. That takes a
Mm.
lot of space up on the in-game memory.
Yeah, I would think that with it being on all next gen consoles and PC Max, that we're gonna get a pretty significant boost in what kind of performance and stuff can be done and achieved. Now that like old gen consoles are no longer going to be in the game. Did I move over? Did I do that earlier? I did. Okay. So we are okay. So we're producing it. Why am I hooking up to this then? Let's see. So now that we got everything all situated here on the farm, we got... Oh, that's what I need to do. Ah, ha, ha. I knew I'd come across what it was I was looking for. I'm sitting here just like, I know there's something. I know there's something I'm forgetting. What is it I need to do before I worry about skipping out to the next day? We need to do lime and fertilizer to the field. That's what we need to do. So let's get this over here. Let's see. So Ken, we've heard all the different features up until this point for FS25. We know that there's still 2 months left. Is there a feature that you still hope that we're going to get that hasn't been announced yet? Is there something out there that's still kind of, you're hoping upon hope?
Oh, I suppose I know I give you a hard time about insurance. I was just wondering whether that had something like, if it from hail damage and twisted damage, if there was like some sort of insurance so you can recrop your losses.
Oh, so like
Oh,
so if like a twister comes by and you have bought insurance, that way it will kind of save you from the
yeah,
repercussions of it.
any weather. That'd be a cool feature.
That would be a really cool feature. Actually, that would be a really nice one because then you can kind of hedge your bets. Kind of things like, oh man, I don't know if it's going to hit or not this year, but let me go ahead and purchase insurance and maybe have it be like a year to year basis. Like, hey, did you renew like your insurance and all that stuff? I don't know. That'd be pretty slick, I think.
You know would make common sense in real life. If you're a crop farmer and like a hailstorm hit your crop, you'd probably insure your crop for damages, wouldn't you? In real life.
I would imagine that there's at minimum something along those lines because without something like that, it would be an absolute devastation. You get one bad of, especially if you're like a big farmer, a big operation. I would imagine there's got to be something like that in real life.
Or even if you're a small operation, you still have to have some sort of insurance to cover your losses, wouldn't you? Even if you're a small crop farmer.
Yeah, but I could see that being something that'd be more of a luxury than anything because, maybe a small farmer might not be able to afford to, have insurance and stuff like that. I'm just kind of maybe I'm thinking a little bit too deep into it, but one of those.
No, that's pretty real. That's pretty real.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
The only reason I mention that because I know there's a lot of you viewers do like playing realistically. Well, realistically, you would ensure your crops, especially when they're getting close to maturity, to cover any unforeseen um, events. Mind you, a lot of insurance companies nowadays go, oh, but that's an act of God. You're not covered.
Yep. Yeah, yeah, no, exactly. But I mean, it's one of those that I would imagine that there's got to be some, and that's also why I would think that it would be, probably something that a lot of small farmers don't necessarily obtain or can afford, is that because you're essentially covering those, act of God scenarios, it's probably something that's really expensive in real life. Now, I'm not a
It is.
farmer in real life. I don't know the ins and outs into that degree, but I mean, you'd imagine that there's got to be pretty much insurance for just about everything in the world nowadays. That, I don't know, maybe.
No, I thought
What was that, Ken?
oh, I thought I'd just put it out there. That's all. I know here in New Zealand, if you're like in the fruit and veggie industry, um, especially the bigger suppliers, their crops have got insurance
Oh yeah,
for
no, and
for
I would think that'd be pretty universal everywhere. Like, especially the bigger operations. Like I said, I would imagine that's not necessarily big for small operations. Like I said, because more than likely they're kind of priced out of the market, kind of thing. Because you are covering those, like I said, those acts of God. Probably any insurer that does do something like that is going to charge an arm and a leg. But again, just a guess.
yeah. I know a few of the big suppliers in New Zealand. They've got insurance to if they do have a loss of crops, they can still um, pay their workers, their employees, for the loss of revenue.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it makes complete sense. I mean, that would totally make sense because I mean, like I said, even if you just have a normal business, like any kind of business, they're going to have insurances available to them to prevent any sort of losses due to disaster, calamities. I mean, even like robberies and stuff like that, they're going to have insurance, to protect them from that. So I mean, it's one of those that I wouldn't see why there wouldn't be. Oh, that's liquid fertilizer. I want solid. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Um, I don't see why that wouldn't be a thing, and that it wouldn't naturally kind of transfer over from real life into farming simulator. Now that might be one of those kind of almost too deep into the lore of of reality in order to kind of bring that into the farming simulator world. I mean, who knows? That I think that'd be kind of a cool feature, just simply because then you could potentially protect yourself from when those weather events occur. Um, but again, I also can see that just being just kind of a too deep of a feature in order for it to really be worth Giants kind of investing into the resources to develop that. And that might even be just a small development kind of thing. I don't know. I just, that would be a cool feature to add, though, in my opinion.
Oh,
That's
I thought I'd just throw it out there. I thought it'd be a cool feature.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, I think that'd be pretty slick. Um, I don't know what else. What else do you think? What else would you like to see out of FS25 that hasn't been announced yet?
Yeah. Probably that speculation on the new crop. It sort of hinted at peas and green beans. And I think rye is the other one.
Yes, so I think that green beans, peas, were the ones that they just recently announced. Then, of course, there's spinach that's been out there for a while. There was a couple of crop types that were in the screenshot that Will shared earlier that were brand new. One looked to be like peppers, and these are potentially like greenhouse crop types. One looked to be like looked to be like peppers. The other one looked to be, oh goodness, it was something else. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head. Will, if you're still out there, bud, what were those other crop types that kind of showed in that screenshot that you sent for the market stall, the farm market stall? There was the pepper one. There was I think two other. Oh, one was mushrooms, and the other one was something else. Yeah, I can't remember it off the top of my head. But I mean, there's. I genuinely think, and this is not, trying to blow smoke for Giants or anything like that. I think they are coming hard with this game. I think they are just firing off everything they have in order to produce something that is going to be incredibly special for us this year. I'm really genuinely excited.
I'm looking forward to putting down that rice and long rice. I want to see how that oxbow harvester really works.
Oh, 100%. Green onions, yes. Thank you, Will. Thank you. I appreciate that. I knew there was another symbol on there. I just couldn't remember what it was. Yeah, no, those pretty much all the new harvesters. You got the wet rice harvester and the planter. Actually, the planter I thought was really kind of an interesting looking machine, because it's essentially taking all the little pods from the tray and then just cycling them down and actually planting them into the ground. It's a really cool piece of machinery, and just a really cool kind of how it works, how it actually, from an engineering standpoint, how it actually does the job, I think is really, really cool. And now, let's put this away so that field's all done. And now that we've got a wheel loader, we can actually move things around the farm.
Bradford's has made a good point with about the crop destruction during winter. What about the damage to equipment that's not undercover?
Damage to equipment that's not undercover. So I think that they had mentioned that equipment and things like that, those aren't going to be damaged due to those weather events. Now, it would be cool. I think that would be kind of a nice little feature that, hey, if you don't have your equipment undercover or anything like that, or if it gets hit directly, then your kind of equipment health goes down. But I think they already announced that that's not going to be a thing. I think that it's just the crops, it's just bales and things like that. If you don't have things stored, that it's only going to be devastating to the crops. But that would be a cool feature, and maybe something that they add going into the future, kind of thing.
Or another way, they could get Klaus or Jess to come on and toss your equipment across the other side of the map.
Yes, now that would be really cool. Again, that's another feature that would be really cool. Now, I'm pretty sure that they mentioned that it's not going to interact with the equipment in such a way. But again, it would be really cool that maybe one day that they put that in, or maybe not even in just this iteration, but just going forward, that maybe that they do that eventually. Who knows? I mean, at this point, I think I'm comfortable. I'm very, very comfortable in saying that up to this point, with everything that we know, Giants, I think, knocked it out of the park. I think that they absolutely crushed FS25. And it's one of those where anything beyond this point, in my opinion, is just gravy.
I totally agree with you, Big Lee. I really do.
And as I've mentioned a few times before, I'm really excited to be a part of a community where the gaming experience for the players is the most important thing to the company, to everyone involved. You know, I've mentioned this numerous times. I was a part of the EA. I used to love playing the hockey games each year in, year out. But you could very obviously tell that it was just a roster update. It was a roster update, and that's about it. And even to like the latest iterations and the latest cycles of NHL, it was really, really bad because the game mode that I played was the same exact cutscenes, same exact dialogue, same exact everything. Everything was the same. The only thing that changed was the gameplay and whatever little itty-bitty features they added at that point in time, but it wasn't much. I mean, it really wasn't nothing to write home about. So it was a huge disappointment year in, year out. For 3 or 4 seasons in a row, it was like that. So coming from the EA model of just kind of, well, take it or leave it, you really have no other option, to now coming over to Farming Simulator, where they actually genuinely respect their players. They want to produce a good product, and they're not just, solely interested in as to what's going to bring in and generate the most money at any given point in time. I mean, obviously Giants wants to make money. There's no doubt about that. No doubt. But they're going to produce something that's going to make people willing to be okay with spending the $60, $70, $80 or however much it is to invest in their game. And that's amazing to me. Let's see. Let's go ahead. Let's see. 27? Where's 27? 27. Oh, it's right there by the biogas plant. Worker, are you okay there? Do you need a hand? I mean, do you need an adult? Holy smokes! Like, apparently Jasper got a hold of the tractor somehow. Jasper, what are you doing to me?
You really just want to jack up the tractor and repair the car.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? All right, so let me catch up with the chat here real quick. We've got, let's see. Will T Gaming says South Saskatchewan map is making an South Sask Mapping is making a new map for FS25. They say it will be better than Edgewater, Saskatchewan. Ooh, that's a pretty bold claim there. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for him. Go ahead and name that movie. Will also says Black Sheep Modding will be converting the Lizard FK Intense Pack to FS25. The Intense Pack. I'm not aware of what that one is. FK Intense Pack. I'll have to look into that one there, Will. Jody, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Jody says hi. Will says Jody. Bradford says Jody. Philippa says hi, Jody. And then Jody says, how are you doing today? Doing fantastic. Doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. We got Bradford says, with the crop destruction weather events, what about damage to equipment that is not uncovered? Now, I would think that would actually be a cool feature to add. I really do think that again, any little thing that can actually add a layer of difficulty into the game, I think is something worth pursuing. Now, again, make it something that can turn on, turn off, because there's going to be players that wholly disagree with me, and that's fine. That's totally, totally fine, and I understand it. But adding difficulty to a game where it's very procedural, like this game is, it's very, do X to get to Y, do Y to get to Z, and then so on and so forth and so forth. It's just one of those that there's really nothing that can kind of knock you off your horse, and unless it's your own kind of negligence. And these weather events can be the start, the kind of, going over the precipice of us getting that kind of danger element into the game. I don't know. I'm excited about that. I'm excited to see where this can go and what it can do. Will says green onion, so that we already read. Will also says, whenever I get information, I try to pass it along, BDD, and then to everyone else. I appreciate that, bud. Thank you so very, very much. Jody says, this is one of the best games out there. 100% agree with that. 100%. Jody says, good day. Awesome. Glad to hear it. And also glad to hear that you're starting to feel better. I know that you weren't feeling all that great the other day, but glad that you're getting there. Will says, you were just using it. Wait. Oh, you're talking. Oh, the spreader, the lime spreader. Duh. Oh my goodness. Yes, this thing, the Lizard Intense FK. Okay. Thank you, Will, for making me feel like a silly person. That's all right. Using the lime spreader and fertilizer with it. Yes. Jody says, I like playing the game and makes it easier for me to make it easier to play. And that's the thing is, I would absolutely love and welcome these kind of weather events to really kind of ramp up the difficulty. But I can also see where people would be coming from saying, no, I'm not feeling that. And if that's the case, that's fine. That's totally and completely fine. Have it turn on, turn off, whatever that needs to happen in order to make it to where we can kind of play at our own speed. And that's the great thing about Giants and what they do. They do that. They listen. And they make it to where people can play at their own pace, can do whatever they want to do, and kind of go from there. I think we're going to buy some pigs. I think we're going to buy some pigs. And we're going to ramp up the production of manure, of slurry, which means we're going to ramp up the production of fertilizer. What's that?
Hell that bacon.
We are gonna make some bacon. Ooh, and we have room for 300. Ooh, is it gonna be worth the price of getting a trailer to haul the pigs? Let's see. So animal transport. Ooh, we could get one of these. The herdsman stick.
Yeah, that holds a bit.
That holds quite a bit of pigs. How much are just pigs base? We've got 700 pigs. Ooh, we could get 60 of them for 42,000, but we only got like 20,000 liters of pig feed. I might get in over my head. Ooh, maybe start with 20. Let's start with 20 just to see. That'd be $1,000 to have them transported. That might be worth it. It might be worth it just to transport them. I can pay $100 for the herdsman stick, but then I got to go run around. Let's see. How many did this hold? 10 pigs or 12 pigs? Oh, this one holds 20. And it's $1,200. So, yeah, I might as well just have them transported. Yeah, we'll do 20 pigs. Bam! Looky there, we got piggies! Ha ha! Look at little piggies! Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Let's go feed them. Let's open that up.
That's more than what you had over at Plainview.
Yes, yes, it is. Let's
I
see.
think it was 6. I think you bought.
Yeah, we started out very, very small. But that's the thing about pigs is they reproduce really quickly. So you can get a lot of pigs really quickly with them. Not like cows that just take forever to reproduce.
10 months to reproduce for 10 months, I think it is, or 18 months or something like that.
For cows?
10 months?
Yeah, I think it's
10 months or something.
I think for cows it's 18 months. But it's not too long. I don't think it's too long for pigs. I think it's only like 6 or 8 months.
I know I had pigs on one mat, and I was playing a 2-day month, and holy shit, when I left to sell some pigs.
It's
Started running out of room.
oh yeah, it gets really intense. Like if you're not paying attention, like pigs can get out of control really fast, really fast. Look at that, we got pig feed. Woo! We're making pig feed. How much we got in here?
On FS25, Pippa asked me on Riverburn Spring whether I was going to have sheep.
If Riverbend Springs is going to have what?
Sheep.
Oh, if they'll have pigs.
Oh, sheep.
Oh, if they're going to have sheep. Ah, gotcha.
Because she saw the little clip that had the lambs. And you know, look how cute they are. They're in lambs. Put them in ham chop. Put them in my freezer.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness.
You couldn't do that. What does he is? Free meat.
Oh no. There we go. We got pigs. They're producing. They're gonna start producing some slurry. Let's go and get a couple of let's get some straw and we'll put that in here as well. And actually, ooh, that just dawned on me. I can go get the loose straw from the TMR maker. Let's do that.
Gotta keep their bum full.
Yes. Well, I want them to be producing manure because I want as much fertilizer as possible. And right now we're doing pretty good with the fertilizer that we're making just from cows. So being able to have, yes, 30,000. How much do the cows take? 43,000. Let's see. Let's tip this to the left. There we go. What were you saying there, Ken?
Next time Cavalier Roy gets hold of you or comes on into the chat, can you ask him whether is there a sell point for methane?
A sell point for methane?
Because on Riverside, Riverview, I got a ton of methane, and from what I can see, there's no methane sell point.
Oh, okay. So if that's the case, you can always install this mod. Let me find it real quick. No, it's productions, sell points. Where? Oh, there it is. It comes with the BGA methane pack, but it's a selling station for methane specifically. So you can load it up into a trailer and sell it using this. It's $5,000, so it's a nice little thing, and it gives you a really good payout for the product itself as well. So it all really kind of works out very nicely. Look at that. Wow. 25,000 liters doesn't even scratch the surface of food for the pigs. I am so glad I didn't get more. That could have ended really badly. They would have been some sad little piggies had I gotten too many, and all of a sudden it's like, ooh, 20,000 liters. I ain't going to cut it. But I think that'll be a good starting point. All right, let's stop there. We've got...
Jody, I think pigs will be pretty prominent 25.
You think what's going to be common in 25?
Jody's comment, I love to see pigs more prominent in FS25.
Oh, yeah.
So they'll be part of the base.
Yes.
Or what? Goats and all that in Boat's game.
Yeah, so what is it? The goats are going to be base game. They're also going to have the water buffalo. Like, there's going to be several new breeds and stuff like that. And I think there was something else they just showed as well. I forget what it was. I will say, though, in the video for the goats, the baby goat, it looked so creepy. The video that I saw, and I can't remember where it was, but I don't know what it was, but it just looked so terrifyingly scary that I don't think I'll ever be able to look at a goat ever again without seeing that image just burned into my brain. Just wasn't prepared for that.
I saw the same video and I'm going, oh my God, that reminds me of a horror film with that guy wearing that goat skin.
Yes.
The oath, and that was so elongated.
Yes, that's literally exactly what I was thinking too. It's like that was just something straight out of a horror movie. So I'm pretty sure I've got all the grass equipment I need. Do I have a tedder? Thought I did. I got a wrapper. Do I not have a tedder? I thought I did. Windrower? No, I guess not. I guess I don't. Let's see how much. Oh, it's only $300 to borrow it. How about I could just borrow a tedder for way cheaper? Nah, all right. Let's go grab the. Let's do that. So we are gonna do a contract. We're gonna get the get the hay going. Oh no, let's drop that. There we go. What were you gonna say there, Ken?
Little update. I checked on about my shirt I'm getting off your store. Apparently, it's in printing right now.
Oh, excellent. Can I ask which one did you get off the store?
I think it's the Jasper one that's got the tractor on it. I think.
Oh, the angry emoji.
Either that or select. I know it's got a picture on this select BBD gaming or Jasper. I think it's got a tractor on it.
Okay, gotcha. Well, awesome. I greatly appreciate it. And like I said, when it shows up, just like with Pippa, go ahead and take a picture of yourself and send it to me, and I can include it into the reel. Speaking of which, I forgot to do that. That just reminded me. Thank you, Ken. Want to give again, go back and give a shout outs to the merch store. Let me go ahead and bring that up. There we go. We got Rail Fanning Jonah on the beach with some BDD Gaming merch. We got Team BDD or Team Jasper. We got Will T Gaming right there. We got Jody. We got Jasper. Let's see. We got a bad day on the farm is better than a good day in the city. Absolutely love it.
Yep.
And
That's the one I'm trying to get this stuff.
Oh, and there's Philippa right there, and I hear her in the background too. Thank you all so very, very much.
Oh, man. Yeah. Good day on the farm. Oh, bad day. Good day on the farm is better than bad day in the city or something.
Oh,
And
that's
it's got the tractor mode.
Right, it's BDD with his gaming, his BBD, and the gaming symbol.
Oh, okay.
okay. So yeah,
just looked
the
it up.
bad day on the farm is better than a good day at the city. Mm-hmm. No, that's awesome, awesome. Well, I hope, like I said, I hope when it shows up that you enjoy it and that oh goodness, what was I gonna say? That you enjoy it and that it's everything that you want it to be.
Yeah, she just only still in printing.
Well, hopefully it gets to you here sooner rather than later, and let's see, because if I remember right, isn't it coming from? I think you said it was coming from Australia. At least when Philippa got hers, I think she said it was coming from somewhere in Australia.
Apparently it comes from the States, then gets sent over to Australia, then to here.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so yeah, they gotta bounce it all over the place.
Yeah.
Let's see. So we're gonna set the tractor off here in just a second, and then I'm gonna catch up with. Oh, there's a bridge there. Ooh, there's a bridge. Okay. We bounced off the bridge. Jasper got a lick in, but I'm gonna keep on ticking.
It's back by roll.
Pepper's just showed me the estimated arrival currently is between Tuesday the 17th to Friday the 20th of this month.
Okay, excellent. So yeah, not too much further.
So about 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's. I tell you what, that's actually not too bad considering that it's starting off here and then it's making its way, halfway around the world in order to get to you. That's to this day it still blows my mind. I mean, I've mentioned this numerous times on the channel. I'll go ahead and bring it up again, but even right here, right now, it's still kind of is mind-boggling to me, just the technology that we have at our fingertips, especially when comparing it to like when I was a kid. Like, in order to be talking to somebody like what we're doing right here, right now, and I just bumped the mic, I apologize. Doing what we were doing right here, right now, to be able to talk to somebody from halfway across the world, one, it would have been a small fortune, but it would have been like almost impossible when I was a kid. I mean, you could do it, but like I said, small fortune because you're calling long distance and you're doing all that stuff. But now, I mean, we've got the technology to be able to not only to do it, like we can do it from our laptops, from our phones, like just everywhere. It's incredible. It's amazing. And knowing how far technology has come, not just in the tech sector or anything like that, but just in just general. Like I said, you take farming, for instance, just where we started versus where we are now, it's night and day difference. I'm just still in awe, still in absolute awe. But, absolutely love it. And the fact that we have the ability to, speak to Ken here tonight from New Zealand, I mean, is just incredible, just absolutely incredible. And Ken, I just again want to thank you again for coming on tonight, hanging out with us, and doing the stream here. Absolutely been having a blast so far, and hope you've been enjoying it as well.
It's my pleasure to be with you. My pleasure.
Let's see.
Don't cost me anything.
This is true. This is true. Let's see. But I mean, it doesn't cost you anything but a little bit of time.
Yeah, well, it's time well spent.
Oh, I again greatly appreciate it. Let's set the worker off, and then I'm going to catch up with the chat here just real quick, because I see that that's starting to move pretty well. There we go. All right, go worker, go. Let's see. So we've got. I think it was, I left off with Wilty Gaming saying, I wish manure, hose system, and manual attach would come to all platforms. Now that would be an awesome feature that would be absolutely welcomed in my book. So Will's talking about what I believe is the manure system for PC and Mac players, and the kind of manual attachment of hoses and stuff like that. Now, I will say, with the DLC that we got from the last, from one of the last updates here, what was it called? Pumps and Hoses. I don't see that being something that's too far off. I really don't, to be able to have it on all platforms, because essentially it did the same thing, where you could connect the hoses from the bits of equipment that we got onto the other various bits of equipment. So why wouldn't we be able to do something like that? I don't see that being an issue. So maybe that's just something that has yet to be announced. And again, that kind of goes back to the question I was asking Ken earlier, is what would we like to see that has yet to be announced? Go ahead and leave your comments, and let me know what is something that has yet to be announced that you hope in the next 2 months is something that can be put out there. So far, Will's got the pumps and hoses, or AKA the manure system, as well as the manual attaching. So here's hoping. Let's see. Will says you're welcome. LOL. And Jody says abscess tooth. Yes. So like I said, bud, hope you're feeling better with that, and hope it's just kind of a small bump in the road. We got Bradford says bringing home the bacon. Absolutely. We finally brought it home to the farm. Absolutely love it. Jody says, that's what I like about your channel. Everybody should be able to play the game the way that they feel comfortable. 100%. And that's the great thing about this game, is that it's so customizable that it's literally, it could be on the one end, kind of like a arcade style kind of gaming, to where it's just free for all. You do what you want, don't have to worry about reality whatsoever. And then you can go to the complete opposite end of the spectrum. You can go into the whole like ultra realistic, ultra, I'm going to do everything by the book, X, Y, and Z. So, I mean, it's just one of those, like, who knows? I mean, it's completely dealer's choice at that point. Let's see. Jody says, I'd love to see pigs have more prominence in FS25. Now, that would also be kind of cool. But what I would like to see when it comes to the pigs is not just having more prominence, but maybe having some deeper levels to them. Because with pigs, really the only thing you're doing with pigs in 25 or 22 is fattening them up and selling them off. That's really it. Now, the one thing that's nice is that we'll have those kind of iterative processes, because we'll have the piglets, we'll have the the sows, and we'll have the what's the one in between. There's the piglets, the sows, and the what's that, Ken? Porkers, thank you. Yes. So, I mean, there will be that level to where we'll actually be able to see them grow and change and all that stuff. But outside of that, they're basically a glorified manure and slurry production. That's really what they are in 22. at least like with cows, you can make milk. You then take the milk to make cheese, make butter, and all that stuff. That they have downstream things and products that you can do. Pigs, it's nothing. It's literally nothing. Chickens, you can take their eggs and then take the eggs to make cakes or any other production downstream. I know there's like the mayonnaise mod that you can actually that you can use the eggs for. There's other productions that you can download from the Mod Hub and kind of go at it from that. So eggs you can utilize for other things. Chickens you can utilize for other things. But there's nothing really in the way of utilization for pigs. So yeah, I agree with you, Jody. Wilden says, I want to see a scary thing. Watch the new Minecraft movie trailer. I want to see a scary thing.
What?
Wait.
You want to
Wait.
see a scary thing? Yeah,
Will,
apparently that Minecraft is pretty horrific.
are you telling me that they're making a Minecraft the movie?
Oh,
Okay. So
well,
any
the
Star
half one
sorry, Ken, what's that?
of the Minecraft movie. She saw the trailer on Netflix. She goes, "Oh, when it comes, can we watch it?" Apparently, it's getting released on Netflix, but I don't know when. Next year, I think.
Oh my goodness. So anybody who's familiar with Star Trek will know exactly what I'm talking about. When Jean-Luc Picard takes his hands and rubs it onto his forehead, that's kind of what I'm doing right now. It's anybody who's a long-term follower of this channel knows my opinions and how I feel about Hollywood and how things are going now in the way of the entertainment industry. I feel that there's been a complete obfuscation of their duty, or not necessarily their duty, but of their mission of entertainment. Now here's the thing. Minecraft the movie might be awesome. Might be great. I mean, Sonic the Hedgehog came out a little while ago, and I'll be honest, I was actually entertained. I was surprised at how entertained I was. But Minecraft the movie, I'm a bit more skeptical about that. I don't know. It's one of those where I think Hollywood has gotten so complacent, and just the entertainment industry as a whole has gotten so complacent with being able to just put something on the screen and then just people come along and be like, okay, I'm going to spend my money, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and just go to it. And I think they're starting to feel the repercussions of that kind of mentality of, oh, well, we can just get away with, taking X and making Y, or making a reimagining of a movie that was out back in the 90s, 80s, 70s, 60s, so on and so forth, or whatever. I mean, it just seems like creativity is just gone in the ways of Hollywood and entertainment. And if you're not willing to accept what it is that we're putting out there, then you're the problem. I mean, maybe I'm way off base with that analysis. Maybe I'm just kind of picky. Maybe kind of along those lines. But I just really feel like we are just scraping the bottom of the barrel so hard when it comes to movies and entertainment as a whole, that there is just splinters on our hands, and we're just going back for more, and we're just getting deeper and deeper. We're now below the bottom of the barrel and digging into the center of the earth. Ken, do you have an opinion about this at all?
What, on Hollywood?
On Hollywood, on their creativity, just on entertainment in general. I just My opinion is I just feel like that Hollywood and just entertainment in general is so devoid of value nowadays that it's extremely rare that we get anything that's worth going out about and really getting excited over. It's a rare event, but when those events happen, it's like,
Personally, if they're doing a remake on any movie, depends on who they've got to direct, edit uh, those sort of movies, and 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 the producer. So sometimes you can get an unknown director that will put a spin on certain movies, and you go, oh, I actually quite like that rendition.
and
Then
that's
sometimes they can be, oh,
that's absolutely fair. I think that's a fair assessment. It definitely boils down to who's involved and what kind of creativity that individual has. I just feel like we're getting a lot of the same, and not even necessarily a lot of the same, but just this very formulaic kind of style of things. You know, when we're going into remakes, it's just a reimagining for modern times. It's not, hey, let me take the intellectual property that we're using and then utilize that intellectual property to be able to springboard either into the future or be able to retell the story for a younger audience that hasn't seen said thing. It's being brought up to these modern times, these modern standards, and it's no longer got the charm that made the movie what it was back when it was first released or whatever. You know, perfect example would be like, I don't know, Ghostbusters 2016. Now, I know they made Ghostbusters Afterlife and all that stuff. Now, don't get me wrong, I loved Ghostbusters when I was a boy. When I was a little boy, Ghostbusters, I used to be a big fan. So much so that I dressed up as Ghostbusters for Halloween. I mean, I was huge into Ghostbusters. That Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was another one. Like, I was a big, big fan of those. And when I saw the 2016 version of Ghostbusters, I was so disheartened when I
disappointed.
saw that. What's that?
I was going to chime in and disappointed.
Extremely disappointed. Extremely disappointed because one, it was made from I think it was made from a place of bad faith. That's number one. But number two, it was made for the kind of the goldfish effect. Whoops. And what I mean by that is look at the bright, shiny screen and ignore the substance. And
The only thing I like Ghostbusters 2016 were the special effects. Storyline sort of lost a little bit.
yeah, I mean the storyline itself was extremely subpar. The special effects were okay, but the problem that I had with them is it was extremely bright and vibrant and almost cartoon-like. And not something I would expect from a modern kind of, movie, to where you saw the Ghostbusters Afterlife, and it was very toned down, kind of dark. And you go back to looking at the kind of old 80s and 90s version of Ghostbusters, they were very dark movies. They were incredibly dark, very kind of powerful at times. I mean, don't get me wrong, there was tons of comedy that was laced into them as well, but it wasn't just this like very bright, shiny, vibrant kind of thing. And for the time, it was very good visual effects as well. laced in with a whole bunch of like animatronics and stuff like that. Like it was a great set of movies in my opinion. Even the second one I really enjoyed. Now the second one was starting to go towards that kind of cartoony vibe, but I mean, Ghostbusters being, you know, a cartoon kind of lends to that. It was okay for that to a certain degree, but it was a bit much in the 2016 version. And I don't know, it just, as a fan of the original Ghostbusters and seeing how it was kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Almost abused in order to just kind of turn a profit and do justice to the intellectual property, just left me disappointed. But you could see the difference between the 2016 version and the Afterlife version when the director, who was, if I remember correctly, was the original director's son. You could tell that there was a deeper connection to that movie and the lore than there was in the 2016 version. So, anyways, I'll get off of this topic, but one of those that I don't know. I hope Hollywood one of these days gets its act together, starts becoming more creative, and will kind of get back to the point of being worth going to the theater, being worth investing the time to watch these movies, to enjoy these shows. I mean, television is doing way better than it used to, and has taken the place of a lot of these movies, in my opinion. But anyways, like I said, I'll kind of trail off this topic. So we've got Bradford says, you sold the tedder because you had the fermenting silo. I did sell the tedder because of the fermenting silo. I forgot about that. Well, thank you, Bradford. I appreciate that. Will says we're moving October 1st. Oh, very nice, bud. Congratulations. Hope that you enjoy the move and that you're enjoying where you're moving to. Jonah says, I want to see BDD Gaming on a tractor in FS25. Jonah. Jonah. Now that would be pretty slick. That would be really slick. I don't think we're there yet. One of those, I'm still a small fish in a big, big pond, but nothing wrong with having goals. Nothing wrong with having dreams. Maybe one day.
The person's supposed to be coming to FS 25, so you never know. You might see the BBD character on a tractor.
Hey, like I said, one of those that you never know. You never know what life brings you. You just gotta grasp at the opportunities that you're given to. What's that?
DJ Guy had a video that Giants were going to have a third-person view.
Yeah, the third-person view.
You never know. You might see your character on a tractor.
Hey, I tell you what, though. I'm actually really looking forward to that third-person view because there's nothing more jarring than playing in third person like I am now and then jumping out all of a sudden you're first person. Like, that's a big jarring move. But the one thing that leaves me nervous, as that things tend to do, is again, I'll use this as an example. Pull off to the side. We're in third person right now and we hop out here and it's just like you just kind of materialize outside of the tractor. Now, is it going to be that kind of harsh transition between inside to outside and outside to inside? Like, is it going to be like you just kind of vaporize and appear inside? Or is it going to be an animation where you're climbing in, closing doors, opening doors, things like that. I kind of doubt that it's going to be to that degree, but it would be cool. That'd be nice. But again, it might not be as a harsh of a transition as what we see here, going from third to first and so on and so forth.
Well, what I think would be nice if you're in view, having your character's arm on the steering wheel, or you ask them to say lower a bucket, them reaching for the controls to move the front loaders and that and tipping. That would be cool.
Oh yeah, yeah, and that would be really slick. And I know that there's certain mods where that actually works out like that. If you're looking at third-person view and you kind of take a look, you will see that your character, like you see my foot kind of coming on and off the gas pedal and all that stuff. You do see some of the mods where the animation is your hands shifting around and doing that kind of stuff. So that would be cool to see. Now, let's see. Let's get this over to the field, and then I'll catch up with the chat here, because there's still several more outstanding. So we'll kind of catch back up, and then, what is it? It's 12:40. We'll get through this contract, and we'll probably start wrapping things up here before too much longer. Let's see.
12:40 there. 4:39 p.m. here.
Oh wow. Ken in the future. Oh my goodness, I'm still jealous that you're gonna get the game before us. Ugh. I tell you what, it's like time travel. Love it. I love it.
Friends overnight. My friends texting us on, and they go, "Oh, we're so jealous of you because you're going to get games before us." I said, "Yeah, only 3 hours before you."
Yeah, but that's 3 hours. Like, that's 3 hours. It matters. You can get a lot done in 3 hours.
But it'll take about 2 hours for it to download.
Yeah, that's unfortunate but true. I tell you what, though, I don't know what happened here recently. So a lot of you will know that here recently I've been having loads of issues with the mod hub and things not downloading properly, or them taking excessively long to download, taking several attempts to download, all that stuff. A lot of you will be well aware of that stuff, and I just completely destroyed that sign.
Oh, there goes the sign.
And almost another sign.
Oh.
But I don't know what happened here, but Giants must have fixed something, because before, what I would have to do is I would have to actually get the storage down below 80% on my hard drive in order for anything to be able to install within a relatively decent amount of times. It might take a time or two to install, but it eventually will install. I don't know what happened, but here recently that's not the case, and I'm all about it. I was actually able to utilize 100% of my storage capacity the other day when I did all the map updates. Now, let's not jinx things. I'm sitting here knocking on the table beside me because it's made of wood. But maybe Giants finally addressed it. Maybe they fixed something. Here's hoping. Like I said, anybody else out there for consoles who's been experiencing that, and I know that it's been a thing, because I know I've gotten feedback from other people saying, "Hey, this is what's happening to me," and I've suggested, it's like, "Hey, get your storage below 80%." Oh, hey, that worked! I can't believe it. I couldn't believe it either. And the only reason I discovered it is because of a goof. I ended up uninstalling, I think it was Pelinier and Carpathian, and ended up I was able to install the maps I needed to do a tour for. So, and before that, it was literally taking me about 6 hours to download it before that point. So, and what were you going to say there, Ken?
Your audio sort of pinged around a little bit just then.
Oh, yeah, I moved around, so I might have just bumped into something. I apologize.
So, no, I still have that issue now and then. I had Cavalier Roy, Matt, Glen Eastern, Ebony Island, Maple. I was playing all them. I want to try and get Weimar on there, and it just wouldn't let me download until I uninstalled those maps. I had to get down to like 78% before it downloaded.
Yeah, and I don't know what it is, but it seemed to work before. Like having it below 80% for some reason just seemed to be the magic number. And here recently, again, knock knock knock, tapping on wood. I'm knocking on wood because I don't want to jinx it. But I did the one map tour earlier this week. And then we got the 5 or so updates release on Friday, which, again, big shout out to Will T Gaming. Thank you so much, Will, for pointing out that I'm stupid and thinking that a harvester is a planter. For those who haven't seen my most recent video here for Farming Simulator, it was a correction video where Will was kind enough to point out my shortcomings and mentioned, hey, not once, but twice, I referred to the update that happened on Shapatio Farms, that pointed to the planter that was in the changelog, and I pointed to the harvester for peanuts. So, Will, big shout out to you. Thank you so much for pointing that out in my shortcomings. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Where was I in the chat? Jonah. No. Bradford says, yes, Minecraft movie. Ugh. Doe! You're right. Right? Yeah, and Tomb Raider. Again, another perfect example of who out there is clamoring for Tomb Raider the movie. Who's out there clamoring for Minecraft the movie? Now, don't get me wrong. There's going to be people out there that's going to be excited about this, and that's great. That's fantastic, and I hope that it's good and it's people enjoy it. But I don't have a good track record for gaming movies that have been released, or I'm sorry, games that have been turned into movies that have been very good. Now, Sonic, I'll be honest with you, Sonic's one of the first game movies that was originally a game that is now a movie that was actually rather decent. It actually did a very good job, and I was really surprised by that, especially with all the controversy when it first came out. Because when it first came out and it was first released, or it was not released, but when it was first kind of the trailers and all that stuff, Sonic looked awful. Just looked awful. Like the 3D rendering of Sonic just looked so abysmal. And I remember reading about this, how the community just backlashed so hard because of how bad Sonic looked. Just the aesthetics of him just looked way wrong. And then they basically voiced their opinion and said, hey, this isn't right. This is trash. He looks awful. It looks like something I would draw. It wasn't too far off, at least. And then they went back, they redesigned it, and he looked great. He looked really good. So, let's see. Oh, Philippa says, my favorite movie is Harry Potter and Sonic the Hedgehog 1 and 2. See, there we go. There we go, Philippa. I'm right there with you. Sonic was a really good movie, both of them. And I was really pleased to see that what was it, in the second one, they showed Golden Sonic. That was really cool. Let's see. Hot Knight says, we need Tarantino. Yes. Quentin Tarantino makes really good movies. Now, the only problem with Quentin Tarantino, in my opinion, is that, and it's a small problem. It's not a big thing. A lot of Quentin Tarantino movies seem like unnecessarily obscene, like very curse laden and all that stuff. And I don't have a problem with people cursing or anything. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, I'm not gonna watch it because of X, Y. No. I clean up my language very heavily for the streams. I clean it up very heavily. I try my best not to curse on stream and all that stuff for many different reasons. But in real life, when I'm not around my two little girls, I'm like a sailor, and ashamedly so. But a lot of the dialogue in Tarantino movies just seems like I'm gonna work in the F word just because, or I'm gonna work in a swear just because, like almost like it's trying to push an impact kind of thing. Like, I'm going to emphasize this with a swear when it doesn't necessarily need it. Again, that's my critique, and I think that a lot of the Quentin Tarantino movies are fantastic, and I very much enjoy them. So, it is what it is. Let's see. I will leave that highlighted, and we'll get to the... no, wait. Jonah says, I watched the Minecraft trailer. I'm now scared. Oh, no. That's not a good reaction to have. Oh, wait. I need to go back to the farm. I need my baler now. What am I doing? Ay. So, Ken, what kind of jobs are you doing right now on your Riverview and Wymark map?
On Riverview, like I said, I joined all my crop fields together to make one big one, like Pippa did on Ravenport. I stone plowed it, stone specced it. I've got about 50,000 litres in total just off that one field in stone. I've limed it, and I think I put barley in it because I need more straw for the farm production. One thing I like about farm production is you put your hay, grass, and you store it, and it will make and mineral feed and make that version of PMR. And so at the moment it's slowly chugging away. I think last count was like 10,000 litres of PMR. So I'm getting that all built up so I can get my cows. Because on the last rendition I had 960 cows, which will see guys that fit
Yeah, no. I don't know too many of us who'd be able to keep up with Will and his cattle production there on Alma.
I will admit that the two cow barns in total is 4,000 cows. So it's getting up there with not on the same level as Wilty, but it's getting there. My main goal is to get the 4,000 cows. So, and when I do, I'll probably turn my arable crop field into a grass field so I can maintain my TMR.
Yeah, you'd have to. At that point, when you got 4,000 cows. Now, I tell you what, that is the one feature I really like about Kevlar Roy's maps, is how he has adjusted the fields to be an appropriate size for the amount of animals that you have. Specifically, I'm referring to the map Maypole Farm. So when I played on there, you know, yeah, you could have 1,000 cows in one pasture kind of thing, but the pasture itself was massive. So it made sense that you could have that many animals in one pasture. Same thing with sheep. You could have like 2,000 sheep, but again, the pasture size reflected it. So it's not like he just, you know, took a pasture with like a base game pasture from Giants, let's say. It's not like you took one of those and then it's like, okay, well, now we're just going to, you know, slap a upper limit of 2,000 sheep kind of thing. It's like, no, he actually made it to where it might not be believable at that size, but at least you have the, I'll say, thin veneer of reality based on the size of the field and all that. So it's one of those that, again, it's those details. It's details, details, details. And if you're going to create a detail like, oh, hey, 2,000 cows in one cow barn, well, then don't make it like the base game size of a farm or size of a field, and then expect the kind of chaos that would ensue from having a pen that size. You know what I'm saying, though? Like, it's just one of those, just seems very odd when you get those map makers who will install a pen or pasture that's, you know, like way too big for the land that you have, and then expect it to be like, okay, well, this makes sense to have this many animals in this small enclosure. It'd be like me at the having the chicken barn there at the farm and having 5,000 chickens in that one barn. You know, it doesn't make sense. It's just not proportional kind of thing. And it's that kind of, you know, yeah, it's cheaty and all that stuff, but like it's almost too cheaty in my opinion. But again, it's those mods where that kind of thing exists, I think is fine. Like I'll use a cheaty harvester. I'll use one of the like the Reaper harvester or the TARDIS trailers and stuff like that. But it's kind of a time and place kind of thing.
I guess for the stone collection, I got rid of the in-base game on because they only held like 2,000 liters of stone, and they had another. I found a modded stone picker, the Scorpio, and it went from 2,000 up to 2,500 liters, which is for Riverview is not a bad size. You can't really go anything bigger than that. It took a few trips, but I ended up, I think it was like 25, 26 trips just pick up the stone.
Oh yeah, I can only imagine having to run back and forth with all that. Now, when you do stone picking, do you hire a worker and then just kind of let the or handle the unloading, or do you do it manually?
I do it manually.
Oof, yeah. So, yeah, you're doing it yourself, and then having to go through and unload and go back and.
I find that the way you want to go with an AI worker, they end up going back over what you already picked up.
Yes.
So you literally got to stay opposite side of the field for them to do their job.
Yeah, the workers for stone picking are absolutely atrocious here on 22. Absolutely atrocious, and I'm sad to say that Giants really dropped the ball as to how the AI worker worked in regards to that specific product, that specific work job that it does. Because it's one of those that it doesn't recognize stones in the field. It only recognizes the field itself, which means it'll sit there and go over back and forth over the same portion of land that it already went over, and just creates gaps, creates inefficiencies, and there's no good excuse, in my opinion, for that. Especially considering that now FS22 is over, or is coming up on like 3 years old, and there was nothing done in that time to kind of update it and make it more usable, make it more friendly for the game itself. So my hope is that if stones and all that stuff come back to 25, which I don't see why it wouldn't, but my hope is that a little bit of love and TLC is paid to the stone process. But it also seems like that would probably be alleviated with GPS. A lot of that seems like it would be kind of a thing of the past with GPS. So here's hoping. I'll keep my fingers crossed and kind of go from here.
Well, here's the thing, BBD. All the base game tractors in FS25, would they already have GPS monitoring right on them? Or would you have to go into the menu to get them put on?
Ooh, that's
so
a...
can use the...
You know what? That's a good question. I didn't even think about that, because here's the thing is they might set it up to where it's more like the I didn't even think about this. Ken, that's a great point. They might set it up to where it's more like this, the Iseria Pro Compact. This thing here where you can attach the readers for precision farming. So you can actually see on my tractor here, I've got it here. That's actually a really good point. I wonder if every bit of equipment is going to have GPS available to it, or if, like you said, if it's something that you can purchase to add onto or whatever. I mean, that's a really good point.
I can hardly hear you, BBD. The next door neighbour's got their lawnmower around because I'm outside, so I apologise if you can hear a buzzing sound in the background.
Oh, no worries. Right now I don't hear anything, but yeah, one of those that worst case scenario. If you can't hear me, I'll talk for a little while.
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me now. Cool.
I can hear you. I just don't want you to hear the next door neighbour mowing your lawns.
Oh, gotcha. No, I'm not picking up anything on my end. Here, let me catch up with the chat just real quick. Looks like Will T Gaming says, "It freaked me out, LOL. It has Jack Black and Jason Momoa starring in it." Oh my goodness.
Good actors.
Oh my, Jack Black plays as Steve. I'm not up with the Minecraft lore, so I have no idea who Steve is. Will says, "You're welcome, LOL." Will says, "What would BDD do without me, LOL?" I would be lost. I'd be I would be absolutely lost there, Will. One of those, I would not have access to all the information that I have, and I would be as surprised as everybody else. Oh, that actually reminds me. So a bit of controversy happened in the background. So as many of you who follow the channel know, I am a partner with Giants, and I am one of the lowest of the low when it comes to being the partner. Well, here recently, one of the things that that happens is there's information that gets passed along to partners. And it's very rare that I pay attention to what's going on, specifically because that's not the type of channel that I have, so I don't necessarily have to pay attention to it. But I guess people were sharing the information behind the scenes and was basically breaking the breaking the terms of service when it came to the partnership. So Giants is basically now, for now, just not sharing any information with their partners, or at least the lower level partners, as best as I can tell. So unfortunately, the information that I was getting, I'm no longer getting, and it's sad. It's sad how the actions of the few can affect the many. But I don't blame Giants. I don't blame... Like, I completely understand, and they're well within their right to do what they have to do, because it's one of those that, you know, they're passing along this information in confidence. And when people are out there breaking confidence and breaking trust, then actions need to be taken. So I don't blame them whatsoever. So it's just sad. It's sad that, you know, this information doesn't get shared, and now it's, again, it doesn't affect me that much because I'm not that kind of channel. But other people, you know, it affects them. It greatly affects them and prevents them from being able to, you know, do what it is that they need to do in order to pass the information along to their audience. So it's a shame. It's sad. But again, actions of the few will certainly take out the actions of the many. Let's see. Let's keep spinning around. Let's see. We got Will says, Jonah, LOL. You see what I was talking about? LOL. Mark says, I was hoping the earth moving tool would have more use. The ground deformation is a start, but being able to actually dig in the would be awesome. Now that would be pretty slick, especially in like real time, especially like with the mods and stuff that we were getting throughout the year with like the excavators and stuff like that. Being able to like actually do the work instead of using the tools here on the build menu, instead of using like landscaping, all this stuff, actually being able to utilize the equipment to dig into the dirt and all that stuff, that would be pretty slick. But I could definitely see that being too resource intense, because they would actually have to populate the ground with some kind of removable material. They'd actually have to make it to where that if you start digging into the dirt, then all of a sudden that would trigger the ability to have dirt in the bucket and all that stuff. Then yeah, I could see that being an issue going forward, but it is what it is. Mark also says, I suppose there are limits with 2D textures on a single plane mesh. Yeah, and that's exactly it. Wilden says, you could keep up with my cattle. I don't know about that, Will. I don't know about being able to keep up. But it sounds like Ken's really close. Or he's going to try to be close.
The maximum I can have on Riverview is 4,000.
Yeah, so unless you start installing some pens to be able to try and keep up, but still, I mean, 4,000, that's nothing to sneeze at. I mean, when everything's all said and done, having 4,000 anything, chickens, sheep, pigs, whatever, I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at. You need a ton of material in order to have all those animals healthy, operational, and going at full capacity. So, you know, it's definitely going to be a lot of work.
When I played the Riverview map before the update, I had 960 cows in each barn, and these 2 cow barns, and I was struggling to feed them. So I don't know how well he does this, eh? He must spend half his game time just feeding his cows.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. And the one thing that Will does that, I mean, inevitably you have to do once you start getting to be so large on your farm is you have to extend out the number of days that your months are. And Will plays on 30-day months or 28-day months. So it's one of those, like, if it wasn't for that, like, Will would not be able to do, and nobody would be able to do, the amount of work that Will does in 1-day months, even 2-day months. Like, there's no possible way of doing it. So you have to eventually start expanding out once you get so much acreage, once you get so many animals, once you get so many fields. I mean, it just won't, you won't get anything done if it's too small of a time frame. Let's
On
see.
Riverview,
Oh, go ahead, Ken.
On Riverview, I extended my game day to 10 days to try and slow down the growth of grass. I even ploughed up the field, took all the stones off, re-limed it, reseeded it, re-fertilised it, and I flicked over to the next day, and bam, the grass was there. There, boom.
No.
Falling down, but I got sprays on. Didn't grow that fast.
So on Riverview, are you mowing like actual fields, or are you mowing the pastures?
Well, I'm doing the pastures that come with the cow barn.
Okay, so that's actually an error with the not with the Riverview map itself, but that's just something to do with the animal nav mesh itself, is that it doesn't recognize the field per se. It does, it recognizes it as a field, but it doesn't recognize the growing states and the amount of time that it takes in order to be through each stage. So I discovered this on another one of Cavalier Roy's maps, and it's like this pretty much anywhere. If you harvest the grass within any of the pens and pastures, wherever the nav mesh is for the animals themselves, it'll regrow instantly. You could literally save it, exit out, come back in like a minute later, and it's going to be regrown like you never touched it.
Because I found out on my first rendition, I went and did a contract that took about 2.5 hours in game, and when I got back to the farm, I better go pick up my grass windrows, and hello, empty grass windrows. The grass had grown over the windrows. Oh well, bring the mower out, which was quite good because it doubled the amount of grass.
Oh, and that's
picked up.
that's the great thing about that as a kind of a addition of the knowledge base, is that you can double up. You can like do something in addition to like the basics of that field. So if you really need a lot of grass or a lot of silage or a lot of hay, you're able to actually utilize that as a kind of feature of the map. Like if I wanted to, and I wanted to be able to get some grass, I could go mow inside the cattle pasture right now, and then save it, go back, save it, exit, go back in, and then have all that grass there, and then it'd be regrown as well. So it's just one of those, it's kind of a feature per se. Now there are certain instances, certain maps, I don't recall that happening on my Iowa Plains view map, but I'm not 100% certain. I just don't remember. Like I said, that's not one that kind of stood out to me. But every other map that I can think of, like, was Cavalier Roy's Maple Farms, that it did it on that one. And what I ended up doing to combat the Riverview farms and all the fields just now all of a sudden ready to harvest is I bought the grass field that was located across the street from my farm. That was an actual field, and I used that as a measure of when to harvest the other fields. So I said, once this one turns into ready to harvest, then they're all ready to harvest at that point. And that's how I kind of utilized that as a kind of more realistic way of not achieving so much with grass and hay and silage. So that's just kind of the precautions I took. Let's see, where am I?
On Riverview, I've got to get some. I've got to get some cows into the one part of the solid fertilizer there at Jersey. It needs some manure and slurry as part of the recipe.
Gotcha. Let's see.
That's something interesting. But at the moment, I've got the TMR pinged off. Because, like I said, I've got to wait for, I think, barley to grow so I can add more straw in. And I'll put the 30 pellets of mineral feed in. That can about 60,000 litres of mineral feed.
Oh, wow.
So all I need to get some more straw in there and get it making PMR.
Yeah, wow.
That
I mean,
was the same day I got. That was the same day I sank my semi in tanker.
So in the and Ken, stop me if you don't want me to finish the story, but in the photos that Ken sent over earlier today, he also sent over a video, and in the video he almost had a BDD moment. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. So he's driving down the street going infinity miles an hour. Like, he was not going slow whatsoever. And all of a sudden, he starts going through this big old fishtail moment on a big semi truck on a dirt road. And it's like, oh man, does that look familiar?
It was fishtail.
And it's one of those like man, that's eerie in how familiar that one looked. Like, it was almost scary. It's like how did Ken get footage from my game?
You almost fishtailed that trailer.
Yeah, and that's it. I mean, you were swerving all over the road there, and I was like, oh, is he gonna save it? Is he gonna save it?
I was hungry. I was on the rock to get back to the farm.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like, no doubt. Yeah, look at that.
Then what? I think it was 3 miles in there.
I'm sorry, it was what?
With the it was about 73 to 75 mile an hour when that happened.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, you were going real fast when that happened. So like I said, I was impressed that you actually maintained it and kept a hold of it.
Oh, don't worry. Oh, that Jack knifed it twice with a full load.
Oh no. See,
I was going slow.
well, see, so that's the lesson learned here, is that you need to start going everywhere at 73 miles an hour instead of going slow, because when you go slow, you jackknife it. When you go fast, you almost jackknife it, but you don't. You save it.
Proud of it.
Hey, you know what? I forget where it was, and maybe Hot Night knows the answer to this. It might be Norway. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but it's something I watched on Top Gear, because I'm a big Top Gear fan back when it was on. Now it's the Grand Tour, but they did an episode, I want to say it was Norway, where they were discussing that the drivers in that specific country are some of the best drivers in the world. And you look around at a lot of the racing circuits around there and whatnot, some of the hardest drivers to go up against are from that region. Again, I want to say it's Norway, but I could be wrong. But part of the learning process for the drivers in that country, again, I could be wrong, it could not be Norway, it could be, somewhere in that general region, but part of the learning process when you're young is how to one, because it's cold a good chunk of the time, dealing with snow and whatnot, is evasive driving. It is losing control of the car and then learning how how you have to maintain the slide and how you're actually going to correct it, kind of thing. It's part of their like driver's education courses, and it was just a very interesting kind of factoid that when I watched that particular episode and they were discussing that, I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Kind of wish that more, like I wish that was kind of a staple in our driver's education, because I tell you what, drivers around here need to be able to drive better. Let's drop that there. Look at that. Let's see. Nice. Very nice. Alright, so let's put this away. We'll catch up with the chat. We'll skip through to the next day, because I'm not going to do any harvesting or anything like that. And then we'll be in a good position for our next stream. So we'll stop that there. Okay. Let's see, where was I? Will says, I know all my stuff and I'm not a Giants partner. I tell you what, bud, it's one of those, you'll get there. And with your knowledge, it'd be a good addition. Will also says, that really stinks. I don't know what is wrong with people. And that's what absolutely blows my mind. And what's funny is somebody made a comment, because this was in the Giants partner circle. All the various partners were sitting there talking about it, and they were discussing how leave it to the one person to ruin it for everybody else. But on top of that, somebody made a comment. It's like, oh, leave it to the one person who has X amount of X amount of TikTok followers who's posting the stuff early, kind of thing, like breaking the embargoes and stuff. So it was just ridiculous. It's really sad and stupid. Let's see. Will says, I like what Liam Neeson said. Good luck. Yeah. Let's see. Also, about Ken trying to catch up with me and the cows. Hey, he might get there. He might give you a run for your money there, Will. You never know. Let's see. Hot Knight says, LOL, I don't watch Top Gear, but I can confirm we have what we call ice driving, because 8 months is ice. Yeah, so this was really old. This was really back in the day when it came to Top Gear, because Top Gear hasn't been around for several years now, and now they're on Amazon. They're called the Grand Tour. Like I said, I used to love the show. I used to absolutely love it, and specifically the UK version. That is, in my opinion, is the only version. I know there's others from around the world. I think there's the US version, Australia version, and whatnot. And they even did a couple of mashups every once in a while, where like different countries would kind of get together and bicker amongst themselves. It was fun. It was tons and tons of fun. But yeah, it was just one of those, for some reason, the Scandinavian flick is coming to mind, and I could be misremembering it. Again, this is a while back. But it was just, they were explaining how a lot of the race car drivers, especially in that area, are like top tier, because they have the ice driving, like you said, where it's just a hey, we got to deal with ice 8 months of the year, so we better make sure that we can drive on it and drive good, kind of thing. So they learn how to when they lose control of the car, to be able to correct it, how to be able to save it, not go into a ditch somewhere, kind of thing. And they say that it's per capita one of the safest places to drive because of how well trained the populace is at being, cautious and safe drivers, and also knowing how to be evasive drivers as well. So thank you for letting me confirming that, Hot Night. I appreciate that. Will says nope, LOL.
It'd be like being 60 similar in a river.
What was that?
That'd be like being 60 similar and water tanker in a river.
Oh no. Hot Knight says, you remember the bobsled episode, Solberg against the bobsled? Yes, that's part of the episode I was talking about. Yeah, so they're sitting there. For those who haven't seen it, or are unaware of what I'm talking about, Top Gear was a show on the BBC way back when, and what they would discuss is cars, just anything cars, basically from the clunkers to the absolutely multi-million dollar cars. They had everything in between. It was an awesome show, just lots of fun. Well, they did an episode where they set up a race, and it was a bobsled team versus a professional race car driver, and it was on ice. And it was an awesome episode. So they're just kind of, slinking around the bobsled track and whatnot, going down the tube and all that. And then the professional drivers going around the tubes and down a course of a same distance kind of thing. Yeah, it was a great episode and highly recommend it. Hot Knight says, I've done that sled. Really? That's nuts. That looked like an intense course. So that's awesome. Sheep poof. What was that, Ken?
I remember that episode. Solberg almost won it.
Oh, it was really close. It was insanely close.
And we pulled it off. Mind you, he was up against their top Olympic bobsledders or something.
Yes. Oh yeah. So I mean, it was a professional race car driver versus a professional bobsledder. Like it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. And just those kind of scenarios. It's ludicrous. It's silly. It's obviously stuff like made for TV, but it's so entertaining. Like just that kind of ridiculousness, I don't know. Like I said, one of those I thoroughly enjoyed it.
You gotta be nuts to drive on ice anyway.
Oh, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm from Michigan, and when I was growing up in Michigan, you're driving in snow, pretty much the same amount of time. You're at least 6 months a year, maybe 4 if you're lucky, kind of thing. So it's one of those kind of you gotta get good with it, and it's one of those that even though our driver's education, we didn't specifically focus on, well, what do you do if you lose control kind of thing. It's one of those that I purposely went out and, found the parking lots, and I would learn how to save a car if it ever, got into a bad situation, which has saved me on so many occasions. I think I was just telling this story the other day, maybe on the last stream even. I was driving down the highway going 70, 75 miles an hour when I lived up in Michigan. It was pouring rain, just absolutely pouring rain. And it was rare that you get these kind of rains where I was from. But it was just coming down in buckets, just absolute, just torrential. And enough water had pooled up into the highway there when I was driving my truck, and at the time I had a 91 Ford F-150, a pretty decent, for that model year, a pretty decent sized pickup truck. and all of a sudden I hit this standing water and I lose control. I'm now going 70 miles an hour sideways on the highway. And if it wasn't for me training myself on how to maintain and keep that vehicle, going the proper direction, then I would have been absolutely just gone. Just would have been gone. So like I said, I'm going 70 miles an hour and all of a sudden I hit standing water and whoosh. Now, in all fairness, I probably shouldn't have been going 70 miles an hour at that point because of the rain, but, stupid kid does stupid kid things. And this is back when I was, I don't know, 17, 18, maybe. So, thankfully it wasn't worse than that.
You were lucky.
What was that, Ken?
You were lucky to be driving. You were lucky to be driving that age. I wasn't allowed to behind the steering wheel until I was 19.
Oh, really? Is that something
My mother wouldn't let.
Is
My
that
mother
something in
wouldn't let
New
me get
Zealand
my
where
license.
you're Sorry, go ahead.
You're not getting your license until you're 19. In New Zealand, you can be 16 to get your license back then. You still can, but we've got what they call learner's permit. You got to have that for a year. Then you go to the next stage, which is restricted. Then you got to sit for your full after that. When I got my license, I went from learner straight to full. There was no in between.
Okay. Yeah, we've got something similar to where you can start getting at 16. You got to put in like so many hours with your parents or an adult who's licensed and whatnot. They verify that you went through X amount of hours of training with them and driving with them. And then you go through your driver's education courses and do all that stuff, and they certify you, say yes, they passed and all that stuff. So you can get it as early as 16. It's not like a full-fledged license. It's a basically I think they refer to it nowadays as like a stage 1 learner's permit, in which at 16 you're allowed to go out by yourself, but it is, and this is in the state I grew up in. It's different from state to state. But I could go out during the day when I was 16. I could start going out at 15 with my parents or with an adult. 16 by myself. I could drive around during the day, but at night I wasn't allowed to drive at night. And that was per Michigan state law. Then, after so many hours of driving on stage 1, passing the courses and all that stuff, then I could go into basically like what they call the stage 2, which is the fuller learner's permit, no day-night restrictions. And then after that, it was a kind of past another tier, which you go into your full-fledged license kind of thing, where you can get at, I think it was at the age of 16 is when you could get your full-fledged license, but you had to go all through these various stages. Let's see.
In New Zealand,
What's that?
New Zealand, we've got a 3-stage license. When you're minimum of 16, learner's permit, but you weren't allowed to drive without a full licensed driver, no passengers. Restricted, you can drive by yourself, but you had to be off the road by 10 o'clock at night. And immediate family only. Then if you passed that, you had your full license.
Yeah, so it's, to me, it sounds very similar to like what y'all have. Let's see. Hot Knight says, in Scandinavia we have a 40-hour training and theory test, and it is very difficult to get licensed. Still, people drive like they stole the car. I mean, doesn't matter how much training and whatnot you have, you're gonna still have people that are gonna that are gonna abuse it. Let's see. Slip training is when you go fast and you hit the handbrake, and then you learn. LOL. Yeah, that's you learn by doing. Let's see. Liam, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hi. And then Hot Knight says, my grandmother got her license in the mail. Woo. Hey, nothing wrong with that. But, let's see. You were going to say something, Ken?
When I got my license, it was a slip of paper. Oh, no, sorry, a passport type thing. No photograph. Then I went to a slip of paper, which was a full license. And now we've got a photo ID license now, just like you guys have in the States.
Gotcha. All right, so I was going to check out the pig pen. Now, from this distance, those little, whatever those things are that the pigs are standing next to, does that not look like a giant pig legs? I was literally starting to panic. It's like, what is that? Do I have like Pigzilla in my pig barn? What is going on here?
They look like automated the doors.
Yeah, like I was beside myself. Like these little bins right here, these little feeding bins. I'm like, what is that? And because of the red lights, it had that same kind of pinkish hue. So I was like, no, there's no way that it's like, what's going on? I was so lost there for a second. I had no idea what was going on. So I have 800 liters of slurry here.
It looked like giant pigs from the outside.
Yeah, it did. I was literally about to be like, what is going on? I have no idea what's going on. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's why I wanted to check. That's why I was going to check the pigs. Okay, 100%. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. 1 month. We just slipped through 1 month, and they're already 25% of the way to reproduce. Like, that's 4 months. 4-month reproduction. Like, that's insane. I really hope I'm going to be able to keep up with the pig feed here.
Yeah, look at that flurry of manure you're going to get.
Oh, yeah, we're going to get a lot of manure and slurry. I mean, you figure the production here for the fertilizer is full. 99,000 liters is maximum. I can't produce anymore, which means that we have manure here that's being produced. We have slurry in both of these tanks that are being produced. So they're just going to sit there until I can free up the space. And one of these days, I might have to install a cell point that is going to take the fertilizer, because right now I have nothing. Really the only thing I can do is load into the fertilizer spreader and then dump it into crates, and then store the fertilizer in crate form into the storage containers over here. That might have to be what I do in order to keep up the production. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Will says, not as much as me. Will. I don't have as much slurry and manure as you, but I don't have 6,800 cows. I don't have anywhere near that. I've got 60 cows. I've got 20 pigs. I'm not going to get there. I'm not going to get there, but I know that you have a ton of manure, a ton of slurry. It's absolutely nuts. The amount of slurry that you got, the amount of manure is just next level, dude. Holy smokes. Oh my goodness. But you know what? It is now 1:36 in the morning. We've gotten everything that I wanted to get done here tonight, and we are in a good position come the next live stream to where we are now going to be 1 month removed from getting corn and turning that into chaff. So we still got some room to make up here, because we still need to get a forage harvester, and we need to be able to afford it. Now I could use one of these old timey forage harvesters like the Jaguar here, $100,000 for this little forage harvester, but I don't know if that's the route I want to go. Maybe, do I have any loans? That's actually good. I do. I have a $100,000 loan. Oof. That's not what I wanted to see. Maybe take out a bigger loan and I can get one of these bigger sets of equipment. I don't know. I could get something like this. The Pterodos. All right, anyways. Yeah, it is 1:38 in the morning. Ken, I want to give you a big thank you so very much for coming out tonight, hanging out with us, doing the stream. I had an absolute blast with you here tonight. I hope you did as well.
I really did.
Excellent. Do you want to give any shout-outs before we take off here tonight?
No, I did all my shout out earlier.
Alrighty. Let me catch up with the chat because we got a couple more from Will. It says, my trailer got stuck in a tree. Oof. Jasper paid you a visit. And then full of soybeans. Oh, no. Oh, man. Will, you got to figure out how to get that thing out, because you reset that... you reset it out of soybeans. That's going to be a huge loss. Maybe, I wonder if you can take another trailer down, park it below it, and see if you can unload from that stuck trailer into the not stuck trailer. Maybe? That's just a suggestion. But that is it. I am all caught up with the chat. I want to thank everybody who came out here tonight, hung out with us, had an absolute blast, like I said. And yeah, we got a lot accomplished here tonight, and I'm very, very happy about it. We are one step closer from a pretty decent silage harvest. Again, wait. Oh, wait, no, okay. Oh. I saw the orange from the... I saw the orange from the corn, and I thought it was the same orange from the ready to harvest. Oh my goodness. It's late, y'all. I gotta go. All right, Ken, go ahead and hang on for just a second there. I'm gonna go ahead and sign us out here, and then we'll go from there. But all right. I hope y'all enjoyed it. If you did, please show me by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things. The algorithms enjoy you doing. The shows you're engaged with this channel, enjoying the content. And that being said, I hope everybody has a fantastic day. Take care.